Good morning. We're gonna All right, good morning. Good looking crowd today. We are going to start our 8:30 public forum session, and we had a great day at church yesterday, and since I got to run the meeting, we're going to start a little different. Carrie, I'm going to ask you, will you open us in a word of prayer, and then we'll start the public forum?
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together, this time to air out our differences civilly within the county, Lord. This is what we call public forum, and Lord, we just thank you for the ability to have this kind of freedom. Lord, we love you, we need you, and we pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. You want a short prayer, catch me off guard.
That's all right. Thank you. I'm sure there is a list. Okay, yeah, no, that's perfect. All right, I'm just going to call them in the order that you wrote them down. If you'd like to speak today and you haven't yet signed up, that's fine. We hopefully got another sheet over there. If not, we'll grab you at the end. Jerry Cooey. And if you will, just a reminder for folks, sorry I forgot this, if everybody make sure that cell phones on silent or vibrate, and as you come up, just remind us so I don't have to tell every person. Give us your name and where you live, a city or town, and be sufficient, and everybody will get 4 minutes to talk. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Jerry.
Good morning. Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. Under well-established rules, I will speak up to 4 minutes without interruption during this meeting. I do not give up any rights prescribed to me by law. Government in the Sunshine. Wonderful law. Love it. Passed in 1967. One of the best laws that we have on the books. Passed with the largest majority of a constitutional amendment in the history of the state of Florida. I'd like to share with you a little bit from that. What is reasonable notice? Notice must always include date, time, meeting location, comma, agenda, or summary. There's no precise definition of reasonable, but 7 days is acceptable. Notice must always be given, even if the public is aware of the meeting. I will share with you an Attorney General opinion. The government in the Sunshine Law does not specify any notice requirements. The courts have stated that as a practical matter, in order for a public meeting, in essence, to be public, reasonable notice of the meeting must be given. The type of notice required under the Sunshine Law is variable depending on the facts of the situation. Here's the important part. In each case, however, the notice must reasonably convey all information required in a particular situation and must afford a reasonable time for interested persons to make an appearance if they wish to do so. The office has, among other things, suggested that an agenda, if available, be contained in the notice, and if no agenda is available, subject matter summations may be used. Here's the second part of what I believe is very important. It may be advisable, however, to postpone taking any action on an issue if controversial or an issue of critical public concern until it has been properly noticed. I read this to you to discuss what occurred at a special call meeting on the budget. I have in my hand a copy of that agenda, and nowhere on this agenda do you see a conversation regarding impact fees. I can assure you, after reviewing the tape, sadly I had to attend a funeral, but after reviewing the tape, there was a look of shock. No one knew that it was coming. So if commissioners are shocked and staff is shocked, I'm quite certain that the public was shocked. I can also assure you that any discussion of impact fees is of great importance to the citizens of this county. We had many meetings where hundreds of people showed up and expressed their opinion. I'm going to have to throw a red flag on this. The action that you think, in my humble opinion, I think was improper. I think you should do it again. And I'd like to give you an opportunity to do that. On October the 9th is your next scheduled meeting. I think any discussion of impact fees should be at a properly noticed meeting with that item on the agenda so that the public is very clear about what items are going to be discussed that day. And then I think it's important for you to listen to them. We have procedures for a reason. And especially after I reviewed it,
Thank you, Jerry.
I think a do-over is needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we got Sherry Chapman.
I would like to support in what Mr. Cooey just said. I would like to remind y'all that your citizens have spoken to you in the past. You had over 1,000 people tell you they wanted impact fees back. In one of the last elections, you did not get sales tax increase like you wanted. You're not going to get it. I was part of blocking that sales tax because the people that were on the bench at the time, Mr. Wright, Mr. Parker, and Mr. Calkins, did not take up impact fees. Citizens feel that impact fees are what is needed when you build a new house. You are making an impact on this county. When you don't have an impact fee, we have crappy roads we can't get around. We're not getting the infrastructure that we need. Our sheriff has a full house and he needs more room. And how are we going to get it? We're not. When you have builders that do not want to participate in their community, in the impact that they cause on the community, maybe they don't need to build here. We had impact fees for the longest time. They took it away because of the builders not being able to make enough money because of the down in the economy. We've had up in the economy for how long, and now you're saying you want to put it off another year? Who do you think you are? Citizens have been begging for this back. Are you with me, Mr. Parker? Okay. You look pretty busy up there. It requires a 60% vote to pass a tax. I'm telling you guys, you don't put impact fees in before the election, you will not get the sales tax. You didn't get it twice before, and you're not going to get it again. And I will work as hard this time as I did last time because y'all did not do what you said you were going to do. Now, I'm telling you, people don't trust you. The budget meeting is the reason they don't trust you. You slide things in under first base. You don't worry about the citizens. This is your decision. I'm telling you, it's not your decision. You work for us. And we are telling you, we want the builders to pay part of the income, the impact fees. Now, they may buy supplies here. I guarantee you they don't buy all their supplies in this county. I've seen them come across I-10. I've seen them come across 90, and I've followed them to where they're going. So, no, they don't. They order a lot of their stuff, and it comes into their warehouse from like something like Amazon or something, but it's a supply house. So they don't buy everything in this county. So them paying a tax on that doesn't get it. If I build onto my house, I'm going to buy it in this county. That doesn't make a difference on impact. If I build a new house and I buy the supplies in this county, I'm still making an impact, and I need to pay impact fees. The only people that shouldn't have to pay it are the ones that are workforce housing, and that needs to be defined, that y'all failed to do on the land development code. There's a big difference between affordable and workforce housing, a big difference, and we need to get on board.
Thank you. Mike Clinch.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mike Clinch from Navarre. I'm on the HOA board for Parker Place subdivision and on the Chamber Transportation Advisory Committee. The reason I'm here is not to berate, but to thank. I want to thank Commissioner Eddington personally for coming out to my subdivision. And who was that, Ray, that came with you from transportation, from Road and Bridge?
That was Andrew Hill.
Oh, was that Andy? Okay.
Andrew Hill.
Okay. And they came out and met with me. We have a 27-year-old subdivision street that has never been worked on, has base failure and things like that. And having sat where you guys are in a different venue, you learn very quickly the ins and outs of asphalt. So I want to thank Ray for coming out. They both met with me. We walked the street. We talked about some of the issues. And I just want to say thank you, Ray. You guys don't get thanked enough. Sometimes you get too much of slapped with a wet noodle and everything else here. You know, once in a while, as a constituent, we owe it to you to say thank you for something good that happens. And our subdivision is grateful, Ray. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Stevens.
Now, is this public forum or the agenda item? Because it seems like they're talking about agenda items right now.
Public forum, but you could talk about an agenda
Well, I'd rather
item
not talk, I'll
or
leave that for the
anything.
agenda. What I'd like to talk to is Mr. Kerry Smith. I would like you to know, you work for me. You don't work, I don't work for you. You work for me. You have not represented my district in the year and a half you've been there. I would like you to tell me 1 win, 2 wins that you've gotten since you've started. Everything that you do is calculated by the benefactors that you got. You're not somebody that runs your own thing. You have people pulling the strings, puppets, that are giving you donations, political donations, and you are doing everything against the Santa Rosa taxpayers, and we are tired of you. You have insulted, excuse me, nothing from the audience. Look, you've
Hold on.
insulted our
Hey,
military.
give me just a second.
What? That ain't right.
Can you, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
If we have outbursts from the audience, I don't care what the issue is. I'll just suspend the meeting and we'll go home, okay? Because I'm not going to give you the benefit of having the deputy escort you out so you can have the whole martyr on the First Amendment. So if we have interruptions, okay? My children are in school today, and I promise you, they're not going to be outbursting. They're going to behave like they're supposed to. Everybody gets the opportunity to come speak, but if we have outbursts, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Smith, I just want to know if you've apologized to the military guy you called a coward. I want to know if you've ever been in the military. I doubt it. You look like Forrest Gump. Act like him, too. Oompa la, oompa la. Let's be realistic. You have not only disparaged the commissioners, thank God we have 4 brave ones that voted you down on that impact tax. That's a tax. That's what you're about. You're about taxing the Santa Rosa County community. And I'm here to tell you, I'm here to speak out for the builders, for the citizens of Santa Rosa County, because we want America first, and we want Santa Rosa County first, and we're not going to get it with a person like Kerry Smith. I would like you to tell me what accomplishments you've had in the last 60 to 90 days. Are you going to keep disparaging our veterans?
Sir, typically during public forum, we don't have
Yeah.
the backing.
Oh, that's right, I know, but I thought I'd give him a chance maybe to say something, because the problem with this whole thing is he's not held accountable to the taxpayers, because he'll sit there and listen, and then he goes behind there, beats on the wall, probably beats his wife when he gets home again. I mean, we've seen the divorce
Miss-
decree. It's the truth, it's
Hey.
public, it's out there, and I'm telling you, he needs to stop.
I don't even know how you do.
And I don't know how to shut up. I'm sorry. But Mr. Kerry needs to be attacked because he attacks all of us every time he tries to put new rules and conditions on everything. He's tried to take our First Amendment rights away. He's tried to make sure our military are cowards. I'm going to fill this room with military people, and we're going to see. I'm going to have you tell them that they're cowards. Our military heroes that have awards, they have Purple Hearts, and you're calling them a coward. That's nice, you know? That's real nice, Kerry. Have a good day.
Thank you for your comments. Ryan Fowler? You're flying solo today? All right, good to see you.
Well, Ryan Fowler Pace. And I definitely haven't figured out impact fees in their entirety. One place I lived, anytime there was a rezoning, they negotiated all kinds of things with the developer. It's just the idea. Sometimes they make that developer put all kinds of turning lanes, lights up, signal lights. Sometimes they make them widen the road all the way down to the main road. It's just some ideas, because when you look at it, when there's a new house built, there is an impact to this community. And the way it's been going, to me, as a taxpayer, I'm paying for whatever they drop down and a big mess they create. And then me as a taxpayer, I feel like I have to pick up and run with it, whatever disaster, and we have to pay for it, whether it's stormwater, cleaning out ditches that the developer all silted up, just increase traffic that needs to flow better, and then the taxpayer has to pay for it. So I know it's not perfect, but there might be a formula, because we know the population of this county from the 2020 census, and we know our budget, and we know specific groups that will be impacted, like roads and bridges, their budget, and it seems like that would just be a percentage. And something to think about, and I appreciate letting me talk. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. George Odesman?
George Odesma, Pace, Florida. Beautiful Pace, Florida. On the last meeting I was at, I was one of 3 people here, and Mr. Henry got up and talked about sewage, that he couldn't afford to provide sewage for certain subdivisions and such. He's probably 100% correct with his mathematics. I have no doubt about that. I just want to point out one thing now that I've thought about it. I didn't at that day. Is that in my own case, when I lived on Royat Road, I had over an acre, and I had my own well, and I had my own septic. That's the way a lot of people want. They don't want to be on sewer. I also had a situation a few years back where a septic line on a rental property on Dean Street got mysteriously plugged up after some renters left. And of course, you can't fix it because you've got a sewage line out front. You're required then to attach to it. $3,800 fee, total is $7,400 and some, if I remember correct. And I was attached to sewer, but then instead of $30 bill each month, it's over $100. People want to be independent. Some people do. Some people want to be in a condo at the 5th floor overlooking the beach. More power to them. Some people do not. Some people want 10 acres, chickens, goats, and pigs. And then we should try to provide for all where we can. I understand we're getting more and more citizens from elsewhere. Our population birth rate is 1.64 according to Google. If we didn't have aliens coming in, we'd actually be shrinking in population and we'd all have more land instead of less each generation. I support the impact fees in cases where you're going to have otherwise infrastructure costs shoved over onto the taxpayers. So if they want something special, they need to pay for it. The county is not obligated, in my opinion. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your comments. Aaron Williams.
Good morning, gentlemen. Aaron Williams, Pace, Florida. Mike, I wanted to have a discussion, if I could. I saw the thing with the impact fees, and my question was, is this going to be an agenda that's tabled? And between now and October, are we working on a solution? Or is it between now and October next year, we're going to reopen the discussion? That's the question. Mr. Parker, if you could, if one of you guys could chime in.
Yes, and I appreciate you putting levity to the actual conversation. So I think between now and next October, there's a couple things that will happen. As we stated, for one, we'll watch sort of what does the economy as a whole do. Obviously, a big thing between interest rates, between insurance reform that we see the state of Florida trying to gather. But also, I saw an interesting email come through. I'm not sure if you were privy to it. It came through over the weekend from a gentleman, and I had not thought about this before, but
No, my time is here to use.
man,
Go ahead. Please.
this is my last time. We're not
Mr.
going to have
Parker.
outbursts one more time, and we're going to adjourn the meeting. He talked about actually forming a committee that could have stakeholders from varying points of view to discuss that and discuss the holistic standpoint. So one thing I appreciate Colton Wright during that meeting clarifying was the ability to, even though the board took action to say we're not going to take action on implementing impact fees before reviewing it next October, he made sure that it was very important that we put in there that that doesn't hamstring staff from working on those comparisons, especially with other commissioners. So I think the answer is still open to what exactly that looks like, but I would say absolutely that's something. I think even the one quote from an article that was sent to me over the weekend was, we didn't say never, we just said not right now. And I think we need to get our hands around it.
Okay. Well, what I would like as a constituent for my leaders to right now to be working on a solution, no different than what we did with the land development code. We saw that it took, different, workshops, different, conversations to get it done. I do not believe that we should take a year to understand that, and I would hope that you guys would, schedule some community meetings to discuss impact fees, and bite-sized conversations so that all of us can be informed to the information that you guys are getting, on our behalf and how we're going to move it forward. Because there is no way to have the growth that we've had over the last 10, 15 years to not have some type of impact fee. That right there, I spoke with the commission who was on the board during when the impact fees were taken away. And I understand, putting a dollar amount on, new structures, that's a complicated part. It's very complicated how you do it. And so just as complicated as our land development code was, I would ask you guys to take this year and schedule meetings and show how you're going to implement the impact fees, or schedule the meetings to showcase how we do not need the impact fees and that you've come up with more creative, aggressive solutions to fund our roads and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. apologize, I don't want to mispronounce it. I got the LOU. Okay, yes, sir. If you will come forward, you just have to pronounce your name. The last name starts with a AL. The last name starts with ALM. The first name starts with a LOU. The street address starts with 3561. Okay, I apologize.
Laura Gilmore.
How do you spell your first name?
Lauragilmore. Sorry, I was in a hurry.
That's fine. I apologize for not being able to
You're good.
decipher it.
So, Commissioners, I appreciate your time today. The monthly median mortgage payment has hit an all-time high of $2,600 a month. Daily, I get calls from people who are renting, and they've been given notice to vacate their rental property in 30 days through no fault of their own, but because the owner of the property is downsizing and moving back in so they can live more affordably, or selling the home because they simply need the money to live. These people have nowhere to go. They cannot find anywhere affordable to rent, and the places they find are well above what they can afford and what they are accustomed to paying for housing. They call desperately trying to get qualified for a mortgage. In the last year, these calls have increased greatly. The ones who do qualify search tirelessly for sometimes months before they can find an affordable home to buy, or they give up and are forced to live with family. Some left homeless. Had a gentleman last month. He's now homeless. Home ownership brings security to families. When they own their home, they no longer have to worry about that 30-day notice to vacate. Home ownership helps our business owners retain their employees. It creates jobs and contributes to economic growth. Home ownership helps to keep people engaged in the community. The current market makes home ownership hard to obtain, and we should be doing everything we can to help families with the American dream of home ownership. We should not be adding to the cost of building homes. Impact fees add to the cost of construction and make affordable homeownership even more difficult to obtain. Even the smallest impact fee can be the difference between someone qualifying for a home and not being able to qualify for the same home if an impact fee was assessed. I would like to encourage you to keep affordable housing and affordable homeownership at the core of your decisions and your discussions now more than ever, because the median income people of this community, your police officers, your firefighters, your teachers, your school bus drivers, your store clerks, the county staff, the people you rely on daily for your needs, need your help to be able to keep a roof above their family's head every night so they can live and work in Santa Rosa County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jennifer, is it Mancini? Maybe? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am the executive officer at the Home Builders Association of West Florida. We represent 375 local businesses. They're not just builders, they're also subcontractors, suppliers, and other stakeholders, mortgage agents, title companies, insurance salesmen, inspectors. I also am a resident of Santa Rosa County. I live in Pace, Florida. Just moved here recently from South Florida, and I've seen some of the effects of high impact fees. There's more building going on down there than probably anywhere in the state. The impact fees are exorbitant. They don't stop growth. They don't stop building. What they do stop is affordability for middle class. And when I say middle class, I'm even saying just people that you would think could afford a nice home. The cost of building down there, the cost of land, I've seen it happen there, and I just want to say that from my background, but I'll read my prepared remarks, and I apologize for the flappy paper, but as people spoke, I figured I would add some things that maybe I could address some other remarks that people have made. I'm going to follow up with some of the things that Laura had just spoke about. Laura is one of our board members, and housing rents and home prices in the state of Florida have increased much faster than wages. That's the reality we're facing. This is squeezing household budgets of middle class and lower income families. People are moving here. Someone else spoke about population growth. It's great. People want to live in Florida. It's a great place to live. We enjoy freedoms to do our business and to live freely and to live our lives that other states don't enjoy. And we saw a massive influx of people, especially during COVID, because they saw the difference between where we live and where they live. With population growth far outpacing the rate of new home construction, as we all know, we all understand the basic principle: when supply of existing homes does not keep up with demand, prices go up. Prices are going up in all of the homes. There's not as much inventory because people can't afford to move because of high interest rates. People are locked in. They don't want to give up their lower interest rate to move. They're also paying lower property taxes. People that are moving, whether their families are growing or they want to have more land, or they're moving from another area to come in and take some of these amazing jobs that we're bringing here, they're already paying way higher property taxes than those of us who are lucky to have bought our houses years ago, before when we had Save Our Homes. Impact fees are another tax on new homeowners. With the mortgage rates, the property taxes, and impact fees, we're pricing people out. Home prices have risen at an average of more than 10% a year, and I know it's been higher than that in the last few years. Higher home building costs are attributed to factors including increased labor and wages, supply chain issues we've been suffering lately, and material escalation, lumber prices, things like that. Public policy can greatly increase the cost of construction with more stringent building codes, delays of cumbersome and lengthy permitting processes, or by higher taxes and impact fees. 25% of the cost of building a new home are just in regulatory fees. We did a national study in 2020 that for every $1,000 increase in the price of a new home, 10,274 Florida families are priced out of the home market. I think Laura spoke, to that as well. I said this already, but it was in my notes. I'm going to just go so I can get through it. Oh, I'm done. We do support building roads and improving infrastructure. We just believe we need to sit down and have an alternative, comprehensive method of figuring it out. Thank you all for your time.
Ann Foltz. Real quick before you get started, do we have another sign-in sheet over there with anybody else to sign in? Not. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Ann Foltz, Milton, Florida. I've never done this before. I don't have anything prepared. I come from the construction industry. I have a construction degree. I've worked commercial construction in multiple states. I've actually worked in Escambia County. Impact fees are out there. They're everywhere. You talk about that you don't want to put them on. We've missed the opportunity when the market was back up, that the existing people, not the two newer ones, but you didn't put them back in when the market was running high. It should have been put back on there. The house that I live in, I'm sure there were impact fees in it initially. We've got to go back to getting the taxes that affect what that additional housing does. It affects your roads, it affects all these things, it affects us with the sewer systems that we need. We need those back in place. You're asking for a half-cent tax increase. I will fight that. I will go out there and oppose it if you don't put impact fees back in. I can tell you that our market is going to go down, and you're going to say, well, we can't do it now because the market's down. You've got to get it back in place. You can't not have it. There, for the counties that have impact fees, do you see there's no building going on? No, they are still building in those counties. We have got to put it back in place to protect our roads, to get these infrastructure back that we need. I hate driving on a lot of these roads. So please don't table it till October of 2024. This has to be considered now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't have anybody else signed up. I see at least one in the front row. Is there anybody else? Okay, I was going to raise a hand, but I got at least 3 of you. After you go, Chris, we'll get you up here. Yes, ma'am.
I agree with the idea that it's wrong of you to table the impact fees for a year. I wonder if it's shirking your duty. Are you afraid? I'm not sure what it is, but the people voted for impact fees years ago. Somehow or another it got bungled and dropped, but it needs to be reinstated. And I want to say something. We've had people up here speaking against impact fees. I promise you they are in with the builders. But the strange thing is, the builder doesn't pay these taxes. Oh yeah, they might pay the impact, but the home buyer pays what the cost that's incurred. We have impact fees because there's an impact on our infrastructure, on our schools, our hospitals, our roads. Everything that we do, we provide, is impacted when people move into this county. Why should they not have an initial cost to offset the cost of them being here? Yes, I spoke out about a man being allowed to assail a commissioner here, and I probably shouldn't have. I probably should have waited until I come up here to say it. All of you are elected. You're not perfect. You're not a king. And you can shut this meeting down. You are going to pay for your actions, though, when you do. You sit up there like you're gods. And I've got news for you. You put your pants on just like I do. I pay your salary. And I expect you to listen to the people. I say this every time I come to this microphone. Use common sense, do what's right, and listen to the people. We don't want to cause someone excess cost to be able to move here, but they're causing us excess expense when they do. So therefore, address the issue. It can be fixed, but not if you keep burying your heads. A year? You want to put this off for a year? Is it because you don't want to face the decision? Or maybe it's because you're afraid of what your vote will incur. I got news for you. I am a no increase in the sales tax unless we address the impact of people moving into this county. And you can threaten to throw me out all you want to. I'm still going to say what I think. And the other thing I think is you need to pay more attention to the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chris?
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Kerr with Flood Defenders. I was going to talk about something else, but and I even have a handout, but I sent y'all an email this morning on it. Impact fees kind of changes the subject of what I was going to talk about, and I might talk about that subject on Thursday. But Escambia County has an impact fee. They have a drainage impact fee. It's a nickel per square foot of impervious area. And the nice thing about the fee, the way it's set up, is you get to apply a drainage factor to that fee. And the amount of water that you store on your property in your stormwater ponds, you get to reduce that fee if you store more water. Well, that's a fair way to do impacts. If you're making less impacts, and you can show you're making less impacts with your development, then you get a lesser fee. So I think that's something you might want to consider if you are doing drainage impact fees. Another thing that came up that I wasn't going to talk about this morning was sunshine law that Jerry was talking about. You know, last Monday's LDC workshop, I kind of got a surprise when the presentation came up on platted subdivisions relative to pond capacity. Historical information is what was presented to answer a question by a developer professional group. And yeah, it answered some questions, but one thing it didn't do is tell the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey says. Stormwater management is much larger than the stormwater pond capacities that, and there's much more to it. What about impacts down gradient to the ponds with adequate capacity? Got a handout here. And if I don't get this in my 1 minute left, or 1.3 seconds, I'll talk to it on Thursday. But that handout there is something from a seminar, a webinar. Stormwater management is changing in Florida Panhandle. Matt Deitch, I'm probably destroying his last name. He's a professor with the University of West Florida Extension Service. And that first page there, it says the rainfall data analysis is from Santa Rosa County's engineering department staff. And I quote, not sure whose quote it was, but it came from the Santa Rosa County. The events listed occurred over the span of 25 years. The events, 14 in total, which meet or exceed a 100-year rainfall event, 13.44 inches within 24 hours. Therefore, over the last 25 years, we've experienced a 100-year storm every 1.8 years. But, you know, this information clearly places doubt on the validity of continuing to use FTOT Zone 1 rainfall data. The 14 storms listed after 1979 rainfall data set that you guys are using and want to continue to use, that's probably why DOT has archived their data set that Santa Rosa County continues to use. Brad, you said at the zoning board meeting, if we were to design stormwater ponds to our recent Hurricane Sally, we would have zero development. Well, that's a misguided statement.
Thank you for your comments.
And I'll finish this on Thursday morning. Thank you.
Mr. Isaacson.
Good morning. I just got to thinking out there. I've got so many hats that I wear.
If you don't, well, give them your name and what town you live in, just because I don't have it on the signage.
Okay, Alan Isaacson. I live at 4365 Rice Road here in Milton. I got a lot of hats I wear. A minister in this community, veteran, real estate agent. I built 4 houses last year, 2 houses this year, half of what I built last year. My buddy Jerry will call me a developer because I built 2 houses this year. But let me tell you, with all those hats that I wear, I also include zoning board member. I'm on the CAC for the TPO. I'm somebody that tries to make my community better, and I do that because I love this community and I love my country, and I do want to see what's best for our communities. I see both sides of the argument, but as a real estate agent and as a pastor, we have a critical issue right now of affordable housing. I like to call it obtainable housing. My own son lives with me because he makes $13 an hour working for Lowe's. He can't afford even rent anywhere in this community. That's a true fact. My wife has a degenerative back disease, so we have a cleaning lady. She's 70-something years old. Jerry knows her very well. Her family has to live with her, and she works for us every Monday for $25 an hour because she can't afford to live, and her family has to live with her just to support their home. And at least got a roof over her head, and she's a very proud citizen of this community as well. This is the fact. We don't have enough affordable homes in Santa Rosa County. That is a fact. Two of you guys are real estate agents. You know I'm not lying to you. But Commissioner Eddington and I was in a meeting last week with Dr. Rudman, where the Eglin Air Force Base told us that they are at a deficit of 1,050 homes right now for their current personnel on affordable housing. They're also told us that they are adding $2 billion to their budget between now and 2025, and are going to be bringing in 4,000 more families into the area. Now, some of those families will be in obviously other counties, but it will have an impact in our area as well. So they are telling us, as of just last week, that there's a 5,050 home deficit of affordable housing for their mission, and that's just one entity. That's not my son, that's not some of the family members in my church. So as we talk about the possibility of impact fees, let me put this out there. According to the Fred research data, we had 1,530 new homes last year in Santa Rosa County. Knowing that we have a 5,000 deficit with just one entity, we need more home construction. We don't need less. But 500 homes at the average of, say, 350,000 would put $1.3 million in our budget each and every year from henceforth and on. How we spend that, to me, is more important because we can spend it anywhere we want to. With impact fees, we only can put it in certain areas in certain ways and only have so much time to spend it. I would rather see that 1.3 million added to the budget each and every year, as long as we spend it correctly. But I'm not opposed to impact fees. It would have affected me by $4,000 this year. And let's be honest, I would have probably passed that on to the end consumer. So anyway, I just think we need the discussion.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Henry?
Give an example of two homes I built, one in 2015, one last year. Same house, lot 14 in Woodlands in 2015. Today, after homestead exemption, the property appraiser values it at $59,000. That's what his taxable base is on. It'll be about $350, $375 a year. Same house I built last year on lot 28 in Woodlands. The property appraiser values it at $254,000. I sold it for about $325. The house in 2015 I sold for about $160. Lot 28 is going to pay thousands more dollars in property taxes over the next 10 years than lot 14. Lot 28 is going to pay about $20,000 in property taxes over 10 years. Lot 14 is going to pay about $3,000. So lot 28 is paying $17,000. Our new homeowners, commissioners, are already, new home buyers already paying much more. So what I would ask is if you guys, going forward, looking at the impact fee issue over the next year, when you, part of what you need to consider is how much new homeowners are already paying in additional property taxes. Would you guys agree? If you can't say nothing, can you shake your head, yes or no? Would you agree that you would include that into your discussion by October of next year? I'm asking, will you guys agree to look at what new homeowners paying now in additional property taxes more than existing homeowners? This example is only 7 years old. You need to consider that new home buyers are paying thousands of dollars more in property taxes than previous home buyers. Will you consider that, yes or no? We got one that will consider it. Okay, I'll go on. Impact fees were passed in 2005 to 2009. You guys couldn't spend all the money. You raised $7 million. You spent half of it buying the 5 Points intersection for $3.2 million, which is a huge mistake. Out of that $7 million in impact fee, $3.5 million almost was spent buying one transportation project. You couldn't spend the rest of the money. You were forced, not this board, a previous board, none of you were there, but the rules apply the same. You couldn't spend all that money, so you're forced to look at giving it back. So instead, we put sidewalks on Highway 399. Once you committed it a project, you can put it in. You can't spend the impact fee money on infrastructure because you can't go backwards and fix old problems. You have a study from your previous attorney, who also was the one on the school impact fee for the school board and lost. I wouldn't take his advice very valuable. He says that you can go backwards on impact fees if you lower your level of services on all your roads to F in your study you got. That's nice. We're just going to lie to the people in Santa Rosa County and lower our level of services from what they are now to a failing level of service where you charge impact fee on every road because if everything's at level F, there's no failures. State law doesn't allow you to use impact fees to fix old problems. I mean, that's a fact, and you've got to recognize that. The infrastructure tax, the local option sales tax has raised $100 million in the first 5 years.
Thank you.
$80 million of that was from grants from the state and federal government.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that wishes to speak that didn't sign up, just start coming forward. Are you here on an agenda item?
I don't know. I was talking about the impact.
Come on now.
Anyway, my name's Kipley Pardee. I live in East Milton at 8696 Robinwood Drive. And I want to just talk about impact itself because H.R. Horton, they built onto a subdivision, Plantation Hills, and they put an access road onto Cox Road. Cox Road is not wide enough hardly for 2 cars to pass by. And now you've got dump trucks, concrete trucks, all the building trucks, and everything else coming out on the Cox Road, going down to John Ham and going back out to Highway 90. They're putting potholes in the roads. My wife almost got hit by one of the dump trucks coming out from their road, so there's quite a bit of impact there. Cox Road is not, like I said, not wide enough for 2 dump trucks to pass. There's already been about 3 mailboxes knocked down where people's come out from there and trying to pass each other and all. So as far as impact, whether or not the builder needs to do something with the road they putting access to another road on or whatever, the road itself needed to have been widened before they ever put an access there for all these vehicles to come out onto. So that's my issue. Then I don't know if this will have an impact on that. This is a old thing, but I go to a church right there off of 90 and Cox Road, and the ditches are so deep you can't use a riding mower to cut the grass or anything. I had to go buy a push mower just to push the ditch to get it clear. Since it's right there on the easement for Highway 90, it seems like some wouldn't be cutting that instead of me having to cut it. But if you want the church to look good, you got to have the ditch cut. That's about the only thing as far as impact or ever what you do to fix the infrastructure. That's the biggest problem. All the subdivisions we're building, the infrastructure is not really built to support a lot of the infrastructure or the housing and all that's been put in. So as you're giving permits to build, you ought to look at the infrastructure first to make sure that that's taken care of before you put so many houses in there that the roads won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I like your hat.
I want to just, Mr. Lee, make sure you don't leave before I get get the ability to get with you, sir. It was Mr. Lee, right? Yes, sir. Okay. Kip, I want to catch up with you before you leave if you're not going to stay around for the meeting, get your information so I can look into what you were talking about on your road there in your church.
Ms. Mahout.
Wallace Mahout, East Milton, and I live on Cox Road. And I feel like I'm taking my life into my hands when I go to my mailbox because of all the big trucks and everything, that's going in because of the new development there on Cox Road. That road, when this development is over with, Cox Road really needs some attention. It's very narrow. The big trucks slow down, cars slow down to get past each other. My next door neighbor's mailbox was annihilated by probably one of the big trucks. So it's a bad situation, but I know really there's no help until the construction is done, and then maybe somebody can take a look at the road and widen it a little bit, fix it, repave it, something to help with the traffic situation. And the other thing I was going to mention is Mr. Henry said that you cannot use impact fees to fix prior problems, and that's true. But we need to move forward. So we are not trying to fix the past, we're trying to enable the present to be better in this community as far as infrastructure. I think we need the impact fees. It will not add that much to a price of a home. They just roll it right in there. Affordable housing, when houses are being built, they're called affordable, and that, to me, that's a joke. A lot of people can't afford $250,000, $350,000 home anyway. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It's 9:28. Next meeting scheduled to start at 9:30. Is there anybody else that was here to speak under public forum? And an item not on the agenda? Hearing none, we'll take a break just out of respect to the folks that were here at the 9:30 meeting. I'm gonna ask the commissioners and staff to be back at 9:35. That's a 7-minute adjournment. Thank you. We're going to get started back. Thank you. All right, we're going to call the Commissioner Committee meeting to order. It is slipped up to 9:36 on me. I'm going to ask, as we open, I'm going to ask Commissioner Calkins to open us in a word of prayer, and then I'm going to ask Commissioner Eddington to lead us in the pledge. We do have some folks here that wasn't here for the last one, and it sure doesn't hurt us to say the pledge twice in a day, so thank you. All right, if y'all will, join us in a word of prayer.
All right, I'm going to start this prayer off in a verse, John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believe in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Lord, we would like to thank you for blessing us all with living in the greatest country in the world, the United States. Please be with our military, our police officers, our first responders, and the people of this country. Be with this Board of County Commissioners. Help us serve the people in your way and your will. Lead us all in the right direction. Bless this county. Bless this country. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Place the American flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. First item is agenda approval. Is there anyone that has any additions or issues with the agenda? I'm looking to my right, I'm looking to my left. Seeing none, we will approve the agenda as published. Next up is the minutes. We have the minutes from 6 of our previous public meetings to approve. Are there any issues with any of the minutes? Looking at my right, looking at my left. Hearing none, we will approve the minutes as published. Next, we have a proclamation. It is unfortunate that we really even have to broach this subject, but the reality is it is a major issue and on all levels. You know, we've heard people talk about veterans today. I know we dealt with it in the public safety spectrum, and you know, unfortunately, we do. We have a lot of folks that are suffering from mental health issues. We have a proclamation for Suicide Prevention Month, and I think Matt Dobson's here. Matt, are you here? Okay. Matt, will you come up? We probably introduce you. Not everybody knows who Matt Dobson is, but he's our director for our health department down there. And Matt, I'm going to ask you to, or offer you the opportunity to say any words, but let me read this into the record first, if you'll allow me to do that. County of Santa Rosa proclamation. Whereas conversations about mental health awareness and resources available in our community to prevent suicide are important to destigmatize mental illness and connect people with the appropriate support services. And whereas according to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, suicide is the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 and 34, with more than 48,000 people dying by suicide annually in the United States. And whereas according to the Florida Department of Health, Santa Rosa County has lost 322 residents to suicide since 2012, at a rate consistently above the rate for the entire state of Florida. Whereas according to Hope for the Day, each suicide directly impacts over 100 additional people, including their family, friends, service members, social media connections, neighbors, and it can be safely assumed that everyone has been impacted by suicide at some level of their life. And whereas the Santa Rosa County Board of County Commissioners is grateful for those who work in the field of mental health, education, first responders, emergency services, and supports them in their critical efforts and encourages them to take good care of themselves while they're taking care of us and others. And whereas global organizations like Hope for the Day and its local mental health partner, Rosa Suicide Prevention Coalition, serve on the front lines of a war that many refuse to discuss due to the stigma. Whereas the Santa Rosa County Board of County Commissioners encourages first responders, educators, healthcare workers, and volunteers to continue to prompt everyone to improve our communication skills around mental illness topics so that we can remove the stigma that is costing lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Rosa County, Florida do hereby call upon all citizens to observe the month of September 2023 as Suicide Prevention and Action Month in Santa Rosa County, and to increase their awareness and efforts to prevent suicides, hereby contributing to healthier communities we live in for now and for future generations. Passed and adopted by the Board of Santa Rosa County Commissioners the 25th day of September 2023. That is extremely sobering to even hear about that rate in our own county, man.
One is too many. You know, one person that dies by suicide is too many. 5 years ago, the Rosa Suicide Prevention Coalition was formed, and under the leadership of Rachel Burns, and so the Department of Health was part of that charter membership, putting that together. The last 2 cycles of the Community Health Needs Assessment for our county has included behavioral health, and we've had to put initiatives together to address this. I can't thank you enough for this proclamation. I think one of the main goals for the Suicide Prevention Coalition is to reduce the stigma of this disease, behavioral and mental health, and so we want to thank you for bringing awareness to this issue. And the coalition brings in a lot of entities, the school district, the health department, other agencies that work together to address it. So I'm hoping that this will, we need to have dialogues. We need to know, people need to know their support. And the studies will indicates that, if you can just have one person that that you can trust and go to and talk about issues that's going on in your life, that can go a long ways to prevent a suicide from happening. So thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, and I really would. I would encourage people, and man, especially us with school-age children, to remind our kids and remind yourself that if you see somebody going through depression, I used to truthfully look at that and had the attitude of, man, just snap out of it, pull yourself up by the bootstrings. And when I saw a family member go through it and realize, man, this is sometimes people get in a rut and they just have a hard time getting out of. If nothing else, try to be a friend and talk to them and help them to not have those kind of thoughts. Because man, we hear issues, we've heard issues today, and there's no matter. Any issue we hear today is going to pale in comparison to something that's worth trying to take your own life. I mean, these are, as some would jokingly say, first world problems. And we just, Saturday, my pastor actually mentioned about a culture of laziness yesterday. And Saturday, prior to that, we saw a homeless fella, transient, however you want to call it, panhandler, and he was at the intersection of Davis and Brent right there. We were coming back from a football game, and my 10-year-old said, it's like, why didn't he just get a job? And, I look at things differently than I did when I was a cop and dealing with them. And I said, man, something ain't right with him, buddy. I was like, there is something not right. I was like, this is when they talk about mental illness. I mean, the thought that a guy would just go out there and stay liquored up and, bake himself in the sun and walk back and forth, it leads you to think there's something that's wrong there. And, just please be a friend and reach out to people. And like I said, there's folks with a lot of problems, but there's nothing worth taking your life. I can tell you that, and I'm sure even our deputy in the back, that anybody that's worked in emergency services, whether it be EMTs or law enforcement, it's gut-wrenching to pull up on suicide scenes and see people and just think like, man, And so it definitely hits home, and I had no idea that there was that many people in our own county that had even done that. You know, you see it, and you don't become immune to it, but it's just, man, to hear that number, that's unbelievable.
It really is. It gets your attention. But, you know, Commissioner Parker, everybody goes through valley experiences. Everybody does. And a smile, a handshake, just how are you doing? Just reaching out. Just a few words can make a difference. It gives somebody the opportunity, the window, to feel like they can share something, to vent. And that can go a long way in helping folks to not follow through on the suicide ideations that perhaps many of us in here have even experienced. So thank you again.
Yes, sir. Matt, do you want me just to give you this proclamation, or do you want to come up here and take a photograph? I tell you what, you know what's funny is I get caught in the same situation you do about the stigma where somebody could try to say that's negative. But I tell you what, this is the board's pledge to bring an awareness to this. And also, I'll tell you right now on behalf of the board, I think if there's anything we can do, especially on the prevention hotline, reach out to our board, and I think we'd be more than willing to try to help. Commissioner Smith?
Well, yeah, I was just gonna, this is something, it's a serious problem. I mean, I was just thinking about this very issue this morning. My brother lives down in Plant City, and I remember with these first responders and your police officers, you know, these first responders had to deal with 6 kids or 6 people that got killed in a train accident down in Plant City yesterday. And we have normal people that, you know, your neighbor can be contemplating suicide. Your fellow church member can be contemplating suicide. And I've said this to Brad, you know, God bless the people that can be the first responder. I could never imagine coming up upon kids being killed in a tragedy, because I would probably, yeah, God knows who can handle what. I've never been called to be that guy. I couldn't handle it. And God bless the people that are first responders. And I've got a good friend of mine. He just retired from the Army. He was in the Green Beret. And I know that he grapples with that. He does a lot of fundraising for some of his, you know, fellow Army people that, you know, he knows that are grappling with these same problems. You don't go off to 9 tours and not see some stuff that would just drag you down. And you know, and I've even had a very close member of my family that a young man killed himself in 2020. He was 20 years old, and we're in a society, and you know, this comes from being at a Bible conference over the weekend and last week. You know, we're in a society that's starting to lose hope, and all we can do is pray that, you know, we get back to getting hope, and that's finding God. But I won't go off in that. But I appreciate the organizations that do reach out and do, you know, do the hard work to point out the problems that we're having. I mean, you know, we know what COVID did. We know COVID did a big jump in suicide and the numbers, and it's just it's sad. And I know there's probably not one person in this room that's not been touched by suicide of a member of the family or friends. And I mean, I've had friends over the years that, and it really is. And I appreciate you, Matt. I appreciate you and your organization and what you're doing. And thank you.
Matt,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if you don't have any other words, we'll get you up here, get a picture, and get you out of here with the proclamation.
Okay, I just want to say this to what Smith just said. Is my dad told me a long time ago. He said, "Son, if you can give hope to somebody, they can get through anything, even if it's just a little bit." So that's very important. And you know, when you're dealing with folks, if you can give them a little bit of hope, they can work through things. But thank you again.
right, the next item on the agenda is commissioner items. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I'm not going to belabor this too much this morning. I want to put this, I do want, I know we made a vote, it stands, but I think we can get to the next meeting. I think we can, I'd like to get this as an agenda item, put it on the meeting, have more in-depth discussion. I'd like to be able to work with staff to get better information instead of, you know, I'm not going to start throwing bombs at people, but the way we did that the other night, I don't think that was the best route to go. You know, there was 3 people in the audience, and it was just, you know, it was basically one of these meetings that should have zip confirmed the budget and then moved on. But we brought a pretty contentious topic to the forefront at the very end of the meeting, and totally, you know, it's obvious that I was caught off guard by it. But I would like to talk to this board, direct staff, and there's another reason we're 1 member short today, and I know that was a planned event for Commissioner Wright. So I'd like to have all 5 of us up here. I don't want to throw it in on Thursday's meeting. I would like this board to agree that we're going to throw this on our next committee meeting, have it as a item for discussion, and go from there. So I want to see what you guys, if I can even make a first and a second. Anybody going to second that?
I don't know which one of y'all hit the button first. Commissioner Calkins.
Yeah, this item was, we had a discussion about it at the last meeting. It's already been voted on 5-0 by this board, if y'all remember, a few years ago. And a judge ruled it unconstitutional. So for us to rehash this now, when there was a 4-1, and you have a right as a commissioner to bring whatever you want up, but you bringing this up now, I believe, is sour grapes. So I will be opposing that, but as a commissioner, you have a right to put, you know, even though I might agree or disagree, you have a right to put it on every meeting you want. You know, that's your right as a county commissioner. But I think that out of respect for the board, I think we need to move on. And the judge made a ruling, and to sit there and take, you know, taxpayer time. And right now, our economy is doing absolutely horrible with Biden as the president. And it is that our seniors right now on fixed income, they can't afford. Have you been to the grocery store lately and noticed how much things are going up through the roof? It is bad timing right now. And by the way, the decision wasn't to end it, it was just to take a breath. And so I would suggest you work with staff and get as much information. You know, the motion that was passed was, it gave you that option to work with staff, and if you can come up with something, you know, I would say bring it up at a later date, but this was a decision that was made a week ago, and just my thoughts.
Well, just addressing that, I'll get right back to you, Commissioner, I'm sorry. Just to address that, and I'm glad you brought up your points, because I really didn't make much sense out of them. You just said that, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on this, because in the past you brought up things and threw them on the agenda, and of course this board was an objection to last minute things being thrown on the agenda by you. So we made an agreement basically right here on this dais that we would all have respect for that and have good timing on getting things into the agenda, so we all had time to study up. That being said, the opposite was done. And I'm just trying to dance delicately without showing my disdain for this, because I am very upset about it. I think a few people know that I am, because this isn't how we're supposed to do business. We're supposed to have, we are representative government for the people. There's a lot of people that are for the impact fees. It's one of the things that I campaigned on. I campaigned on impact fees because, number one, I'm going to go into it, being as I was drug in here on this. So let's go ahead and let's talk about impact fees. Impact fees are a line item to the development. It does go over to their profit loss. It doesn't all go over to the consumer. If we have regional, I'm going to give you an example. If we have regional, we going to throw this guy out too?
Hey, folks, please. I really don't care if you agree or disagree with anything we say. I will sit here and let 100 of you call for me to resign. I've done it before. But please, let's just have respect for one another. I mean, we are a community.
Yeah. So let me give you an example here. We got let's just say this is a theoretical here. We've got concrete plants, they're regional concrete plants. Our regional concrete plant burns down, so we have to go to another regional concrete plant to buy concrete. Concrete prices go up, right? Because we have to go a little further for that concrete. Who takes that? Who takes that? It goes on that line item for the developer. So, and then once we get that concrete plant back online, the concrete goes down, his profit goes up in that margin. I get it. We all get this. And one of the things when we have the argument of affordable housing's always been said from the beginning, affordable housing is going to have a carve out. We have to define affordable housing, and we have to make a carve out to incentivize our development to go into the business of creating affordable housing. When we're sitting there and we're saying, okay, make affordable housing. Okay, yeah, we're making you $350,000 houses. These are starter homes. This is not the solution to our problem. I'm all for making as much affordable housing as we can. Let's bring that market. Let's put more in the market, and let's bring the prices down. I know this is what we have to do. And in my area where we're having a lot of industrial development going, I want to be able to bring that new employee coming into the area a nice house. I don't want to say, well, here's a nice little apartment you can rent. I want them to come in and buy into the community. And these are things that are very important to me. This is one of the most important things to me, is getting a house for these people coming into the market. This is one of my joys as a real estate agent, is dealing with that first-time buyer. They are a unicorn right now because these people are so far behind the 8 ball on what's going, what we have, and I'm not going to belabor this. We all know where we're at. But for us to get up here and bring in people saying we're not going to be able to create affordable housing with impact fees. We've always said it from the past. I've been saying it from day one. We're going to have carve-outs for affordable housing. There's carve-outs there. We need to have more discussions. We basically directed staff to just drop working on impact fees until October of next year. That's what my understanding is. And that's something that it just does not bode well with me to go all the way to October of 2024 to see where we're at. We all know impact fees are not what's stymieing development right now. Interest rates are what's stymieing development. Back in 2009, the HBA got up here and said, what we have with what's going on right now, and this is back in 2009 when we had our recession, we can help the builders we're getting rid of impact fees. That's just getting rid of impact fees for the future. So then we go through a building boom and we have nothing in place, nothing. So what are we going to do? Because we know, as realtors, you know this market's going to go back up. We're going to have better days ahead. We are in gloomy times right now. I get it. Interest rates are out the roof. We even said it from this dais the other night. Nobody can afford to do the commercial development right now. Nobody is. I know one of our big commercial realtors here. She says she has not had one deal this year go through on financing. She said it's all cash because and it's usually smaller deals because they have to be cash. They're not going to borrow the money on these commercial loans. So for us to sit here and for Commissioner Calkins, for you to say that we've talked about it, this is a dead horse, we need to walk away and leave it alone, that's not right. That's not even having your finger on the pulse right now. And I know I addressed you, but I'm going to let Mr. Eddington speak next.
Commissioner Smith, I was going to bring up the same thing about Mr. Calkins. He has come up with stuff and we said no. Bring it to the next meeting. You're right. We did it the wrong way. I voted to put it off till 2024. I think what we should do, relook at that because we did do it wrong. That we've told Mr. Calkins he couldn't come up with and vote on something right then. We was in the wrong. I'll admit, I was one of them. Something we might want to look at. Get a little board, some of the community, a staff member here, and one of y'all sit down and have some meetings and bring it back to the board and prove to us we got to have an impact fee. I'm not for impact because I know it's going to go to the buyer, and these young people can't afford it. But if y'all can show me the numbers, I'll be right on board with you for the impact. But I want to see the numbers. That's all I'm asked. Show me the numbers, and I can get on board with you in a heartbeat. But I think we ought to look at it again because we did do it wrong. Nobody was here. Y'all might be mad at me now, but we're still friends. We'll always be friends. We disagree, but when we leave this board, it's over with me. We're friends, and we just disagree. But please, let's look at it again. What I'm asking this board to do. And let's do it the right way. And make sure we don't do this same mistake again. Please.
Thank you, Commissioner Eddington. Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you. I know every single one of you, every one of you, have been on the losing end of a 4-1 vote. Every single one of us has, I've seen it. And that's a good thing because we all have different we all were raised differently. We all grew up in different places. And we all have a different philosophy. And we all got elected different ways. And we all represent the people. But we all get influenced by different folks. When I have lost in the past, I've tried my best to get over it, move on, and focus on other things because it doesn't help anything. It doesn't make it better by keep bringing the same issues over and over and over again. It just wastes time. And we have been debating this issue for years. This has been a very important issue, and I agree with that. A judge, this board voted 5-0. A judge ruled it unconstitutional and also said we got to do this major complicated in order to implement this. It's a very complicated process and we got to do it right, and we need time to do it right or we're going to waste taxpayer money on something that could get struck down by a lawsuit. So that's why I believe that it was done correctly to give staff time to work on it. I'm not opposed to any commissioner, coming back and You know, as a county commissioner, I like to bring up things on the agenda. So I respect him, bring whatever he wants on the agenda. But I think you're going to keep doing it over and over, and it's just going to waste a bunch of time. And I personally think it's full-blown grandstanding on this. And so, just want to say that. Thank you.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to throw this on next. Well, I don't want to stop this. I see we've got some comments from the crowd. So
Let me hold on, Jerry. I don't have the sign-in sheet. I think actually you wrote procedure on the first one, and so we'll go with that. I was going to say typically, I didn't say it at the beginning, Commissioner Wright said, and Jerry, I have no problem with you coming to speak about impact fees. I will courteously ask, because usually Commissioner Wright says at the beginning, if you're going to speak on an agenda item, either do it during the agenda thing or you do it during public forum. But if you do it during public forum, we're not going to hear from you again at the same thing. But I think yours was about the procedural, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying the shock looks, so it's, if anything, you could say I was championing the sunshine part of the sunshine. So go ahead, Jerry.
I appreciate that. Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. For the record, I'll be fair and we can still be friends. I solely disagree that my First Amendment rights are captured from 8:30 to 9:30, and I don't have any after that. And that's part of what I said today. I don't give up any rights just because I stand here and speak. Commissioner Calkins, and I want the folks to understand this. This is a very complicated issue. The impact fee that you were speaking of was solely the work of the Santa Rosa County School Board. They were told repeatedly by many of us that there's no way you're ever going to pass muster on that. It was too big and it was done wrongly. So to say that 5 commissioners voted and a judge struck it down, we as Santa Rosa County Board of County Commissioners, as the taxing authority, have the legal job. When the school board asks for that, it's your job to say, okay, go for it. It had nothing to do with the BOCC, with the exception of you are the taxing authority and you had to give them the approval to do that, which was the right thing to do. Okay? A judge looked at it. There were multiple things in that. I mean, even the math was incorrect. So to put this at the same time, and look, I'm going to say it again. Commissioner Eddington, I appreciate you acknowledging that. I think it's important, and back to you, Commissioner Calkins. You tried to bring up something 2 times, and you were told no on a Thursday, and there wasn't going to be a vote. That's because we have procedures in this house. That's why procedures are so important. Okay? Have the discussion about impact fees, but have them at a time where there's more than 3 people in the room. Whether you're for or against them, my argument with this whole situation is you didn't give we the people an opportunity to speak on it. And if you can't see that, then maybe you should open your eyes up a little bit. I love arm wrestling match as much as the next man. An arm wrestling match was not allowed to occur at 8 o'clock at night when it wasn't on the agenda and there's 3 people in a room. That's all I'm saying. Be fair to we the people. Put it on the agenda. Let the chips fall where they may. But we the people were cut out of that conversation. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, I'll weigh in, and I'm going to do my best to not tell a story as you refer to Abe Lincoln. I thought of something today. I'm pretty sure it's not legal, but it crossed my mind actually when Ms. Hawthorne was thinking that you've heard me tell this to you before you ever got elected about if you go pay for a sewer tap. Actually, if you go to the City of Milton, I can't remember the last one I did at Pace on what it says, but it actually says sewer impact fee. And you pay an impact fee. You're going to pay that, and that's to offset capacity. That's what we've heard talked about today. And then when you start getting your bill, you're billed at the same rate as your neighbor. So you paid your impact fee, and then you and your neighbor pay the same bill because you receive the same service. What you heard folks, a couple people talked about today was the way county level impact fees have historically worked is you pay an impact fee, and then you still pay a lot higher rate, i.e. a lot higher taxes than your neighbors. I could bring you case study after case study. These gentlemen, when I brought it up that night, I brought up the fact of, and I have no disagreement with Ray as far as I told somebody today, I said, I guess theoretically, you could have waited till the budget workshop, which I wasn't even aware of that we were having until that night. I mean, it's not a published thing as far as later in October. And I did try to bring it up a month before, as I notated on that, but the meeting was adjourned. And as I talked about during that meeting, it came out of the emails that came from Neighbor, and I said that. We had a lot of people email, and when I called them, several of the people I had talked to inadvertently thought impact fees and land development code were the same thing. And especially as I noted that night, and so I'm not arguing that. My biggest thing I'm trying to point out is this isn't to circumvent. I mean, I've sat here for this chairs and had plenty of public forums, and we could listen to 100 people talk about this issue, and I'm not opposed to saying, you know what, I thought of a new idea when Ms. Hawthorne was talking, and I'll tell you what that was, but I talked specifically that night about issues that we're dealing with commercial and industrial type developers. And anyway, the idea I had, and again, I don't think it'd be legal, but this is something, as I made the commitment to Mr. Williams that spoke earlier, and I had told those people, I said, hey, look, I don't have a problem bringing to the board that we're letting people know, hey, we're not taking action as far as implementing an impact fee, is what our board voted on, and said that we would re-review it in October of 2024 because that would be the next comprehensive budget review. It's not to say, just like I talked with the gentleman earlier, that we wouldn't work on it, that we're not going to get input. Quite frankly, as I've heard commissioners and citizens within the last couple of minutes state, it's a complex issue. It's something I feel fully comfortable with, but quite frankly, until you've went through all the nuances as newer commissioners, I would say myself could learn something. Here's the thing, and this is, Kerry, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we had this conversation before we were elected, and I used the sewer impact fee. I will 110%, as Coach Carl Madison used to say, support impact fees if we can work to have equitable taxation on property taxes. If we can work on that, and that's something I know Mr. Danhauser is going to have to look at. If we can, I've heard people talk about these new home buyers paying their fair share. Well, yeah, I can tell you that comparatively, and I can speak personally from the house I built, and I just want to say for the record, I always like to throw in a little comical. I've paid an impact fee to Santa Rosa County in 2006 when me and my wife built our first house. And my dad paid an impact fee to Santa Rosa County in 2007 when he built his house. So I've been on the receiving end of that. Most people you'll hear talk about this have not paid impact fees in Santa Rosa County. They were only there for about 3 years. That's my little comical note. But if we can look at that, if we can look at paying your fair share, because I can tell you, when I built my house, guess what? My tax bill every year was more than the neighbors that had already lived there. Okay? My in-laws pay less than 1/3 of the taxes I pay. Guess what? They have the same exact number of cars we do. We have the same number of kids that go to public school, 0. So you argue to me, how do we have different impacts? So hey, guess what? I pay more taxes than they do. It is what it is. But to now somehow say that I need to pay an additional tax on top of that, my thing about it you know, and we could, listen, I told somebody last week, like an attorney, I could argue for it or against it, okay? It's a passionate subject. I think when I said, hey, we're not taking action until October 24th, that's what I asked this board to support, and the board voted on 4-1. We allowed staff to be able to work on it. We allowed the latitude that commissioners, I mean, it can be brought up where it talked about the restrictions and all that. We simply were allowing people, and I honed in on that meeting and talked about especially commercial development, people that are working with engineers right now to plan things. These projects, and you'll get to hear later from a gentleman that's here on an issue, these projects can take about a year, these commercial projects. And some of these costs that were included in this last study, as you heard the chairman say, and the chairman was one of the 4 commissioners. I wasn't there the day that they instructed staff to move forward with an impact fee study, but he was one of the 4 that were. But you also heard him at the last meeting say, when you look at the commercial impact fee rates, they were troubling to him because of the cost. That's why the board put a stay on action. We didn't put a stay on learning about it. We didn't put a stay on hearing difference of opinion. I'm being as transparent as I can. As I listen to Ms. Hawthorne, and I'm not saying it was anything she said that caused that light bulb to go off, but I said, hey, if we can do that, if we can have impact fees and fair taxes in this county, but however that structure looks at offsetting, I'm all about it. I'm all about it, because that is what our utility companies do every day. They charge impacts, and then they treat their customers fairly. They don't say, well, the new customer has to pay an impact and higher rates. That's sort of my standpoint. Like I said, you could argue for or against it, but that's my point when people keep talking about pay their fair share. What they said, and I didn't go down there and ask Greg Brown to show me a print off, but even Jane during that meeting said our budget, look, we just passed the largest budget in Santa Rosa County history. We had about an $8 million increase from last year. And $4.7 million, and I'm using approximations, $4.7 million of that came from new construction. That was her words, not mine. And so that is why the board took the action. I'm really just trying to clarify what action the board took. And that was, hey, we're not saying we're never going to have impact fees. We're not saying we're not going to discuss it. We were very clear on that vote. We were saying that we want to allow people in our community to know that we're not taking action until October 2024. And my last comment is, I sincerely apologize if somebody, and that's why I wanted to give you that historical context. You can go back to the previous budget meeting, watch the meeting. You'll hear me on microphone say that I had something to talk about during the meeting. The meeting was adjourned. Chairman apologized. And I said, hey, that's no problem. We can wait. Then you'll hear my comments about what brought it to a head of right then with the neighbor emails. And that's not a sly on that organization. I'm just saying that's what caused me to bring it up at that exact moment as far as the action of, hey, this is where we're at. But you know what, if somebody felt like that was a sly or, you know, hey, that the board was wrong, I was trying to give some clarity to people that are planning to the future. If there were people that think I somehow circumvented that, I apologize. Quite frankly, it was a budget meeting. I did feel that it was appropriate. But if people don't agree with that, I'm sorry. But the board did take an action. I'm definitely in no way going to entertain, as far as my vote, to circumvent the action that a full board took while the chairman's not here. So that's where I'm at on it. If you want to make a motion on it today, and Ms. Chapman will hear from you too, I'm not going to cut you off. If you want to make a motion and you get a second, we can take a vote on whether to move it forward to Thursday. Otherwise, it's a commissioner item. And
Well, I'm not really wanting to move it to Thursday. I want to make this a whole new item for our next committee meeting. And it's like the judge said, judge came over and told me I don't really need to make a vote out of it, which he's right. And you got to remember, I'm the neophyte up here. Biggest thing is what are we scared of? Why do we want to take it away for 12 months before we talk about it some more? And then you know, let's not just sweep this under the rug for right now. Let's have more in-depth discussions. Let's pound this joker down there. Let's break it down.
And let me say this, just for hey, you know, me and you both have fist fights, and look, I'm older, and I'm like at Trace Atkins. You know, I ain't as good as I once was. Here's the thing,
Speak for yourself.
And I forgot to say this part. I'm not scared of the discussion. I was trying to bring clarity to people's planning. I fully support that. I'm glad that now people know, okay, this is where they're at. If you want to add it to every single agenda or whatever you want to do, we can do that and have that discussion. I'm going to leave you with this. If it's something that we're going to take up every meeting or whatever, that's fine. But I also want you to think about the two sides to every story, and if we're going to truly have healthy dialogue on it, I think at some point, and I'm going to go back to, I will credit, as the gentleman asked me earlier, are we just going to hear, hey, here's my emotional side of it, that's me included, you included, citizens included, or do we want to do to where we truly take a comprehensive look at it? Again, that is why I said no action until October. The chairman clearly stated that didn't mean no discussions. We're not scared of discussions on it. Quite frankly, I'm hopeful. Again, I doubt they'll be able to do it, but I'm hopeful, if nothing else, at least people can learn about how folks in this county are unequally taxed. They can learn about how some people and organizations in this county pay no property tax, and some pay an exorbitant amount. I'd love for people in this county to realize the unfair taxation that happens over in Gulf Breeze proper. You talk about taxation without representation. We can bring property tax bills in here, and so I welcome any discussion, but it wasn't of a fearful nature of that. It was simply, as I said that night, so that people in planning purposes would have that acknowledgement. But I will say this to support my vote, and I don't speak for any other men. You know, a press release that the governor's office put out, but I thought about it. I just saw yesterday where they had recognized in a positive manner Senator Doug Broxson as being appropriations chair for part of this Live Local Senate bill that passed. And they appropriated $711 million of taxpayer, that's citizen money, $711 million to work on affordable housing projects. Just let that sink in. I mean, that's the Live Local Act, and we're trying to work for affordable housing, and so what do? The government runs in there and says, we'll give you more money. This is a state government. We're going to appropriate this. You know, our board has already heard it come across our desk earlier this year. All four of us were here when we talked about increasing SHIP funding. You talked about spending a lot more time learning about that. So now we're going to use more taxpayer dollars to help people. But in the same breath, now we're going to look at new taxes, fees, whatever you want to call them, to help pay for things. And it's just, again, you're more than welcome to add it to agendas. I really was just standing behind the reason why I brought it up during a budget meeting. So if I'm clear, so you're not making a motion, you're going to put it on the next week's agenda.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then here's the thing. We're taking it away. I'm sorry. We're taking discussion away for a year, and that's where I have a problem.
Nobody's taking discussion away for a year. You have a right to bring up whatever you want. That's what you did.
We're taking implementation out for a year. That's throwing the handcuffs on. I think we need to discuss that a little bit more. I think we know the underlying current on that. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for the future of the county. So that's where my problem is. And I have no problem being the only one that was against it. My problem is we're not going to implement it for another year. that's a bad road to hoe, to tell you the truth. That's not a good direction. I want to make sure that I've expressed that. So, you know, just like we got some impatient people in the stands that want to move on, this is where we get a chance to discuss these things. It's called sunshine law. We don't get to talk in the back rooms over these things. So, and I'm sorry you guys are impatient about our discussion, but this is where it has to occur. I want this to be thoroughly looked at, and I will be presenting this onto the next agenda. I'm not going to make a motion. I'm not going to vote on it. But we are, you know, I was at that ministry conference. I made my mind up. I'm not going to do a knee jerk and make this a big deal out of today, which we've made it a bigger deal than I really wanted to make it. But we've got, you know, one expert up here that just is killing me, and I had to respond to that. So we can move on in the meeting. I agree with that. I've got one more citizen that wants to speak on it, and then we can go to the next and get our business done. But
thank you.
I do want it clear that we're going to continue to talk about this.
Thank you. And I'm sure it'll definitely be brought up and talked about at the budget workshop in October. I have no doubt. Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're taxed enough already, and this is an issue that we all kind of have discussions about, and I think the budget meeting was understandable on why to bring it up there, because it had to do with our budget and what we're going to talk about. And there was 5 items that I fully opposed, and we all have, you know, there was talk about taxing on the bridge, sales tax increase, franchise fees, all these different things, impact taxes, all these different things, which I fully oppose all of them. And I always said we need to find ways of looking for giving the citizens, giving them lower taxes, lower costs. I mean, our economy is absolutely terrible thanks to Joe Biden. He is destroying our country, and I think we need to. I think we need to find a way.
I hate to interrupt you, Commissioner, but grandstand much?
Respectfully, you're the one who brought this item up.
Let him.
So we need to work on finding ways to save the citizens money as best as we can. And by bringing up more taxes, more fees, I mean, our budget looks great. We did a great budget. We all agreed on it. And we got half of our increases going to infrastructure. That's something we should all be celebrating. Like, our employees have gotten, they got raises. I mean, we're building roads. We're building things. And it's a great thing. Why are we asking for more and more and more and more? And that's my thoughts about it. I think we just need no more taxes, no more fees. We need to find ways to lower the cost for our seniors and our citizens. That should be what we should do.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Chapman.
As I said before, let's make it very clear. The citizens want to discuss and want to move on impact fees before a year. That is 1 month before the general election. Many of you will not make it that far. There's 3 of you on the board, and 3 of you may run. I can assure you, if you have not addressed impact fees, you will not get a tax on that ballot. And you probably may start clearing out your desk because you probably will not be voted back in. The citizens want impact fees. Do you realize that on a 30-year mortgage, putting $2,000 on a home that's over $200,000 is less than a pack of cigarettes? Do you realize that it is minimal fee? How many of y'all have done the math? You can say any home under $200,000, no impact fee. I can understand that. You're helping the workforce out. But when people come here from California and they throw down cash on the dollar to make a house, I can tell you my taxes go up on the 3 houses that I own in Santa Rosa County every year. I'm not blaming it on the new people. I'm not blaming it on the old people. I've been here 50 years paying taxes. So when you add up how long I've been here and how much taxes I've paid and how much they're paying moving in, I still paid more. So don't give us this half thing of, we voted on it. Yeah, we, 5 people and 3 people in the audience. Let's see how many of those people pay your taxes. How many of those people will add to your campaign fund and get you elected? Because I can tell you there's not enough builders to get any of you reelected. There is way more citizens. You need to consider we, the people, are the ones out here, not up there.
Yes, ma'am. If you will give us your name and address.
I'm Patty Burke, and I'm in Gulf Breeze proper. It's interesting that you would raise the issues there. It's all based on property value, I believe. And when we purchase a home, we agree to the terms of that contract. So to say that there should be, I think maybe equity was something we could use, to say that we should all pay the same taxes. No, when we purchased the home, we agreed to the terms of the loan. We knew what we were paying for it. And as Sherry Chapman said, as prices of homes go up, so do our appraised value. But I want to point out that we're only one of 16 counties in our state of 67 counties that do not impose impact fees. The majority of those counties are very sparsely populated, and in general, they are poor counties. Escambia is one of them. Escambia is one of the poorest counties in the United States. Not to say that it's not populated, it is. But with regard to costs, it's far less expensive to the taxpayers in general to deal with issues in infrastructure as the development occurs versus after it's done. It's far more expensive to deal with these issues after development. And as Sherry Chapman mentioned, to the home buyer, if you amortize it over 30 years, it's a very small amount. As for people on fixed incomes, there are some that are buying new homes, but again, they purchase that new home and they know setting forth and buying into that contract, they know what the fees are going to be, and would imagine most people would assume that those fees would go up. As far as the developers, yes, they hold that cost for a time, but it's temporary and they turn it over to the home buyers. But again, I want to emphasize that the cost to the taxpayers in general is far more if we deal with these issues, infrastructure issues, after development. It should be done in advance. And the way things are going, that large corporations are buying up homes and developments, they certainly can afford impact fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, come on. You know you're my favorite, Ms. Hawthorne. And I've never said that to anybody, so I guess now everybody else is going to have their feelings hurt.
Oh, I'm glad to be unique. My question, I've heard you say several times that the tax structure is unfair. Can you explain that? Because I thought we all paid on millage rate, the same millage rate.
I think the term I used was inequitable, but I do tell my kids that life isn't fair. So, super short, best way I can put it. You have a house here that if they were here, let's say they built in the year 2000, just for a round number. And so they were appraised at that value, okay? And they were taxed on that, and they probably saw an appreciation, and then the recession come. Almost anybody, I'd venture to almost speculate blindly, that lived here and has owned their home since at least 2000, let's say 6, and so they lived through the recession, when they saw the appraisals drop way back down, the assessments drop down, well, they've never come back to what they were pre-recession because of the Save Our Homes Act. So those people are paying, a lot of established homes are paying far less than $1,000 a year. But, and I mean, there's a lot that aren't. I'm just kind of using like the general Milton Pace area, okay? Obviously Gulf Breeze, and my statement about Gulf Breeze is you got people down there paying well over $30,000 a year in property tax. So anyway, and then a guy comes in and builds a infill lot. Okay, I can use Jones Street as an example because I lived on Jones Street as a kid, and they just built one brand new infill lot and they're about to build a second one. okay, that home will be surrounded by houses that pay under $1,000 a year property tax. They'll be assessed at current rate, which will likely be $2,400 a year that they'll be paying in taxes. So irregardless if we hit them with a whole additional impact fee or not, from that first year where that reassessment kicks in to every year, they're going to be paying a lot more taxes. And that is what you heard some of these folks talk about today. When new construction comes in, you take that vacant lot that may have been paying $110 a year, and then it goes to more. But that's where I talk about, and I just used you because I'm being transparent. I thought of that as you were saying. I'm not saying it was necessarily anything you were speaking of, but that's when the idea came to me of, and it goes back to that conversation about the utility companies. And if there's a way that we can, through research, find out that that's legal, I am telling you, I'll prick my finger right here, sign it in blood. I think the impact fee would be way fair and more equitable and way more affordable to whether you want to say workforce housing or young families. Hey, I was, 22 years old when I paid an impact fee. And I remember, I can tell you, I sure wasn't happy about it. I didn't think, well, it's only a pack of cigarettes, you know. My dad wasn't happy about it. He said, you were born in this county, son. What kind of impact are you supposed to have? My wife was born in this county. Her parents have been residents here. Her mama was born in this county. And we paid impact fees. But I will support them if we can get taxes equitable. But the problem was we paid those impact fees, and then we still paid more taxes than the neighbors. That's a hard fact. It's public notice.
Well, what do you suggest would make the taxes equal, fair,
I think
equitable?
if we can do an offset, and again, I'll have to talk with Tom. I've never crossed my mind. If we can do an offset, and we do offset. I know I believe we do it for every church in the county. We offset it to where they don't have to pay property taxes, I think. Don't we, Jane? Yeah. And I'm proud to do that. A lot of people probably didn't even know that. I'm glad Carrie brought that up. Now people do know. We take your tax dollars and we offset that for churches so that people can afford to worship, especially in some of these smaller churches. But if we can do an offset, basically a local level of Save Our Homes, because as you heard Mr. Isaacson, when those stories he brought up today, those are real. I didn't know he was going to even be here or bring those stories up. I don't know those people. But those are real. The budget meeting a few weeks ago that we had two ladies, two seniors, come up and talk about how their taxes had doubled and they couldn't afford it. These are real stories. And so, you know, you can hear the diatribe, and I mean, I get long-winded, but at the end of the day, you've got, let's add more fees. And then we've got this side that says he doesn't want to add more fees. And it's a complex issue. It's more than a short soundbite. It's quite frankly more than a one meeting. Even if you said, hey, here's an 8-hour meeting about it, it truly is a complex issue. I've had 7 years to study it, and I can tell you, I shared with you, I just thought of something new today, of maybe the county could work to offset that. And that was my biggest thing I'm trying to say. I didn't say no impact fees ever. I mean, look, if we could do that, that'd be amazing. I talked that night about, hey, we've got people, and I specifically talked about a lot of our commercial/industrial developers that are trying to plan. And yes, commercial development is still happening. Hey, I'm excited we're getting another steakhouse in my district. But the fact of the matter is you're small guys, and we do have small guys that do commercial development. You know, we've got a doctor that built a place right over there off of Watkins Street, and now it provides several places in a strip mall for people to go and utilize services. And they want to do another one. And then we look at the economy, and yes, I said it. You look at what's happened from the White House down in economics, what he brought up. You look at what happened when Mr. Smith brought up interest rates. Absolutely, that is the driving force. But all that culminating is really the message, I think, that I'm trying to focus on what happened that night of we stayed it, because the message was so that people could know as they're planning, hey, is this one more thing I got to prepare for?
Well, what
people talk about on home affordability,
y'all weren't going to deal with it. That's what we heard. Y'all were not going to deal with impact fees until October 2024. And we're like, wait a minute, that's after the election. That's a year away. So that's what we heard. That may not have been your intent, but that's what we heard. But the other thing that I would like for y'all to address is the elderly. I lost my husband in 2019. My income was cut in half. I still have the same bills. I still have taxes. Groceries are out of sight. Gas is out of sight. But if I cannot pay my tax bill after a certain period of time, y'all can take my property. That needs to stop. Maybe you put a lien on it. I don't know what you do so that the people that get the property after I pass might have to pay what I couldn't pay. But I paid all my life. And all of a sudden now I can't pay it and you're going to take my property. The other thing is, at some point, we should be tax exempt. I'm 75 years old. I'm blessed. God has blessed me with a good life, good health. I live in a great country, in a good county. But it's a struggle to meet all the demands. And while you're looking at all of this...
Mrs. Hawthorne, I'm gonna cut you off here because I know where you're going and I agree with you. But we're kind of getting off the impact fees and we're getting into property taxes. So let me just kind of steer us back on course and get going here.
Okay, let me just say this one thing, please.
Okay.
While you are looking at all of that, whether impact fees or equitable taxes or how you want to do it, take into consideration the income of the elderly.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate that. That's something that I've been wanting to address as well. But yeah, I'm ready just to go ahead and move on.
Mike Stevens. I was on the list and I was looked over. I should have spoke a while ago.
Let me explain something to you, Mr. Stevens.
Let me explain something.
Let me explain something to you,
Don't smart mouth me.
I have the board right
Let him
now.
finish talking.
You have to let me recognize you, okay? You don't get up here and just bully your way up to the board like that. Nope, hush. I know it's hard. I know it's hard, but you can do it. Follow directions.
Why you got to use terms like bully?
I'm not a bully,
respectful.
Mr. Carey. Be respectful to the taxpayer that pays your salary. All I wanted to do was talk
Still
about
hadn't
the impact
recognized you,
fee.
sir. Still hadn't recognized you.
Give me just a second, and I apologize. Sometimes it's probably confusing. As the acting chair, Mr. Smith, go ahead. Anything you want to say, go ahead and address it. Sir, we'll let you speak as the other ones did afterwards. Thank you.
I'm going to address the fact that I had a board member just sit there and so I get that this is your plant, Mr. Calkins. I get it. Okay? You want to start this mess with me right now. You're barking up the wrong tree, son.
Respectfully, sir, sir,
listen
you
to
called
me.
the gentleman
I did
a bully, and that was wrong. Okay, those are our citizens, and you shouldn't call anybody names.
Sir, do you still wish to speak, or are we good? If not, we're going to move on from this item. Okay, all right. Okay.
Actually doing it.
All right, well, we're going to move on to a
So
different...
there goes
agenda.
my First Amendment rights. Is that correct? I want to make sure we know that my First Amendment rights to the Constitution of the United States of America is going to be violated. I signed up, people went, the rules are, people are supposed to talk on public forum, but on the agenda items, if they signed up for them, they either talk on one or the other. Everybody's been double talking, not me. I did not talk about the impact fees. I was talking about our military and being insulted. I just want to make sure we know that. I'm not saying you.
I afforded you the opportunity, but I'm not.
You're not as
ball and
babysitter.
chaining
I know.
anybody. Okay, your First Amendment right is you have the opportunity to speak right now. Okay,
I'm going to speak.
Okay.
I'm going to say that new taxes are not a thing needed right now in Santa Rosa County or anywhere in the country. It's drafting down. We have people breaking into our country all over. We have no borders. We really don't have a country right now because we do not have an immigration policy over the borders. You want to talk about impact fees? I say later on, yes. I can agree, like you said, they excused them in 2003. Maybe later on when the economy gets good and we're not paying $8 a dozen for eggs, we can afford to pay more impact fees. Or how about revow all the taxes and make it fair to everybody? Let's be fair. I agree. I'm one of those people who bought my house in 2000, so I can tell you I don't pay much tax. I can be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you. $700 or $800 a year. Come on. When I was in New York, I paid $10,000. So I just want people to know there is a realistic difference. I do think we need some kind of tax reval in the future, but I don't think right now we need any tax of any kind to go forward with the economy the way it is. They're going to give a 3.4% raise to Social Security this year, and it may get a little more depending on the end of the month. So the impact fees affect everybody. I don't care if you're low come or not. I have family that's moving here from New York, and they're going to have to pay that impact fee if it gets put on. And you're talking people who pay $15,000 a year in taxes, and their house there is only worth $150,000. Does that give you an idea of what we're dealing with? So they're going to come down here and try to get a house, and then it's going to be out of their reach with the interest rates and everything the way it is. I think we need to blow a little cover on this tax thing until the economy recovers, and that will be in January 2025 on the 20th when Donald J. Trump is sworn into office as the 47th President of the United States, and we can't wait.
Thank you for your comment. All right. There's no action taken on item number 1. Item number 2, on a hopefully a less contentious note, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Eddington.
Yes, sir. I'd like to appoint Mark Lachlan to the zoning board. If I don't have no objection, I'd like to move that to Thursday.
I just wanted to say, I had wrote down here, I know Mr. Lachlan has, I think, been a county resident longer than me, and I think it's refreshing to get some folks from up in the northern part of the county on there. I think he'll be an asset. He knows his way around the community, so I'll be interested to have him on there and share his point of view. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay, sir. He's been on the zoning board twice for 2 other commissioners. It's no longer with us today. And I understand he's done a great job. He's on 2 boards right now. One at the sheriff department as a manager, and then the other one is the Mucka Water Board up there. And they say he does a pretty good job. I appreciate it. Y'all look at that.
Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's an excellent pick, and I will gladly support Mr. Lachlan. As he said, he did serve on the zoning board. He's got a lot of experience, and so I will absolutely second your motion. And
or just move it to Thursday's consent agenda. Good with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move it to Thursday's consent agenda. Thank you. All right.
Chairman, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Eddington.
Are we having a meeting Thursday in Taggart Point?
I thought y'all talked about this the last time, that we were going to have the next one here until y'all worked out the difficulties. But Brad, I don't have the meeting list right in front of me. Is it scheduled to be here?
The next scheduled Tiger Point meeting is October 9th. That's the Monday meeting.
So Thursday's meeting will be right here.
Thursdays will be here.
Same time, same place.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. I want to make a motion. We need to just cut that out in the south end. And the reason why, we're taking the stuff down here, take it down here, take it down there and put it up. They have a problem getting it to work. Then they got to take it back down, bring it back up here. And they have problems getting it going again. Now I got people in J is talking about, well, why don't we have a meeting in J? That's way too far. This is halfway. Why don't we just try to have all our meetings in the middle for everybody? That way it's midway for everybody, south and north. If that's something we can look at, please.
Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully disagree with that. I think that we need to have meetings in the south end. I think we need to have meetings in J. The school board, I saw them. They have meetings everywhere, and they're able to bring sound equipment and get it done. And if, like I said at the last meeting, we need to get it done. We just got to, come up with a solution. I think staff is actually working it out and getting the south, but to deny our south end citizens a place. I mean, I've heard the argument that you know, one meeting, we had 10 people. I remember there was a meeting down there where the whole room was filled and there was, you know, no, so it all changes. I mean, sometimes this meeting's empty. I mean, the budget workshop last week, there was 3 people. And then sometimes it's filled and sometimes it's not filled. But we should, I agree, we should have them everywhere. And I believe our staff is capable enough to get it right and bring solutions. But right now we got the south end in here. I think that we should also, you know, bring up, you know, once they get the south end all squared away, we should have, you know, some meetings in the north end also up in J. I think that'd be great for District 3 and all over the place. And I think that we get a mobile set up, and maybe you can bring an item on the agenda on that, but I don't think we need to go backwards. I know that a lot of people did appreciate. I used to live down there, and I love to just be able to drive down there and go to that South End meeting every once in a while. It's once a quarter, and it also, you know, a lot of folks may come to the public forum and just don't want to drive up here, and so, but I do think we need to have one in J too. So that's just my thoughts.
Commissioner Smith.
I'll second your motion.
And that was not on the agenda also.
No,
And
hold on,
we were
hold on.
just talking about bringing stuff out of nowhere.
Hold on. All right, so we're gonna move Mark Laughlin to Thursdays. consent
Yes, sir,
agenda.
we agreed on that already.
And then as far as the meetings, if you want to add that to next week's thing, I'd like Commissioner Wright to be here. When we're talking about the South End, Tiger Point is in his district. I think it's important to hear from him. I think you agree with that, and right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No
So,
problem.
Yeah, I think his question was just, can we address that? I'm all for addressing and disposing of that issue. Just, Brad, can y'all make a notation to bring us an update or have that as a discussion point on the next set of
Thursdays,
meetings?
or the second
Next set of meetings in October.
We'll be in that meeting, will be at Tiger Point. so we
That
can
came
talk
to
about
how the question was. I apologize. Okay, so that one, is staff going to be ready to go for that one?
We are waiting on the final quote for the IT equipment. We still don't have that in place, but I mean, we'll be ready if that's the location you want to go to.
Hold on, all right. No, go ahead, Commissioner Calkins.
I just want to say, if you're going to bring this up, Tiger Point would be a good place to bring it up. Hear what the citizens of Tiger Point have to say to take out their meeting spots. So I think that'd be, and if the citizens aren't against it, I mean, heck, I'll go along. But let's hear from the citizens of Tiger Point at their meeting. I think that's the perfect time to bring it up.
Commissioner Eddington, I apologize. I felt like I kind of fell off the rails on that too. Brad, if we're needing clarification, personally, as one guy, and I bet there's a lot of taxpayers here that feel the same way, before you spend money on equipment down there, I think it would be good for the board to make a decision on that item. I hate to have you spend money and then we have it one meeting and then dispose of the van.
The action you took before was to suspend the one meeting until we could get quotes and look at what it would cost to upgrade that system so it was truly functional. As with everything else, everybody's busy and we're still waiting on a quote.
Okay.
So if we have this next meeting, it will still be with the old equipment and we'll be working through that. But, I don't know exactly when we're going to have a quote, but we are working on that. And that was our intent, was to bring that quote back to the board and let the board decide if they wanted to spend the kind of money to get it up to speed so that we could have a professional meeting and have the live streaming and everything working like we need it to work.
Okay, so here's the great news. The September 28th meeting this Thursday is here. The October 9th or whatever meeting you just said, we have not approved that meeting list, correct? Or has that already been published?
It has been published, but if the board chooses to amend it, we can always make an
there's still
amendment.
time.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I was in Texas when y'all had that conversation. I know this is a little off, but I guess it's kind of on. If staff said, when do you need a decision by to know if we're doing it down there on October 9th? Because what I don't want to have is go down there and have a dysfunctional meeting.
We can make it work wherever we have it. It's just going to be, we'll have to muddle through it like we have in the past. So
Yeah.
we can make it work. It's just not going to be like this facility.
I'm good with whatever. I guess I want to make sure that I understood what y'all had, or Devan or Brad, y'all may have been clear on it. Are y'all comfortable with having it down there in October, or it makes no difference to me? Ray?
We'll try it.
Let's give it.
We'll try it, Sam.
We'll give it one more shot, and then I just want to have Commissioner Wright here when we make that decision. Y'all don't spend any money until we do that. We'll hear from him because he is the representative for Tiger Point. As y'all heard me say, I don't have a community center in my district to have one, but we'll do it like old tent revival. I bet you I can get my pastor to pull out the white tent, and we'll break you out there with some chairs if we're going to do roving to each district with our mobile command. But okay, so no further action on that item. All right. Thank you, Mr. Laughlin, for being willing to serve. Thank you, Ray, for bringing that forward. Upcoming public hearing this Thursday, the 28th. It'll be that morning. There'll be consideration of a request by Ruth Esser to vacate an easement between Joyce Lane and Highway 87. You can be here for that. There's no action to be taken today. Under the regular agenda, economic development, I-10 Industrial Park property acquisition request. I saw Shannon walk in the door earlier. Shannon, you want to come let us know what's going on real quick?
Good morning. The acquisition of 13 acres at the I-10 Industrial Park is being funded through the Triumph Gulf Coast grant that we received a few weeks ago. This is an amendment to the original one that we was awarded 2 years ago. As you all may be aware, that Buffalo Rock, Hershey's Ice Cream, Damien's Ice Cream, Lovell Government Services, they're all moving to that I-10 Industrial Park. For us to continue our industrial growth in that corridor, it's important that we continue to acquire property. So this is just another asset in our toolbox, basically. And just north of there, we're still developing the Milton Interchange Park. So again, this is just something, just another asset for companies to consider when looking at Santa Rosa County.
Thank you. And Shannon, I know you heard me allude to the last meeting when I talked about one of our largest stakeholders of industrial property, so I'm sure that you could narrow down who that was. But from your standpoint, just you've heard a lot of people talk about interest rates today and the economy, and clearly we know that it's important for all of us in the community to see new job growth for our youngsters. Are you hearing that difficulty as far as folks that want to build out in the industrial park? Are they having similar challenges?
The biggest concern I keep hearing about is the cost of construction materials. Developers from across the nation, as you mentioned, I do speak with, the interest rates, they will refinance. Every developer has told me that they would just refinance whatever property they will have. If it's 7% now, 6.5% now, 2 or 3 years, they'll just refinance. But you cannot refinance the cost of asphalt, concrete, steel beams, or whatever. So that is what is really affecting the cost of construction right now for them.
I mean, are you seeing in your industry, is there a slowdown somewhere? I mean, that's what we're seeing here on a hyper-local, but is it affecting kind of industrial overall from your standpoint?
For us, no, actually. Just the pure growth that we're seeing, I mean, we are, I guess I could say we're sitting in the epicenter of growth between New Orleans to Tallahassee. So with the growth that not only that Northwest Florida is occurring, but Mobile, Baldwin County. I mean, Baldwin County is growing at one of the fastest paces in the nation. And companies are wanting to be here to capitalize on not just our growth, but their growth. And Walton County is growing at a rapid pace. So companies, we have a darn good site and a location. So, for us, it hasn't really affected what we're seeing.
All right, we're going to hold you to it. We're looking forward to seeing some buildings in the near future. Thank you for the explanation. Any questions, Commissioner Smith?
Yes, I was gonna, Baldwin County is a not too far away neighbor, and I want to point out my appreciation to the hard work you're doing to bring these good players into the Santa Rosa County, and you've done a great job, and I appreciate all you've been doing. And
Commissioner Call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll echo his statement. I remember there was a time when it was a controversial issue to buy that land for the industrial park a while back. And there was a lot of folks that didn't look to the future that were saying that was not good. Well, now we're running out of land to bring businesses here. And I want to thank you, Mr. Ogletree, for, actions speak louder than words. And with my meetings with you, and I've seen you in action, and I've seen you really make an effort of trying to bring businesses and jobs to Santa Rosa County. And it's interesting because 4 years ago, I couldn't imagine us being in this position where we actually running out of land to put, commercial businesses. And here we are, and it's something to celebrate today. So thank you, fully support this, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker, may I mention one other item? Just a few short hours ago, we released a press release that from the feds, DCIP, we were awarded $6.4 million to build the taxiway and apron connection between NAS Whiting Field over to the Whiting Aviation Park. So what does that mean? $6.4 million tacked on to the 1.5 that we received from special appropriations from the state. We have basically $7.98 million now to build that taxiway and apron. So that is important to companies like Leonardo, who we broke ground back in July, who's building a 130,000 square foot facility, who's actually grading the property now as we speak to bring their helos, have that connection, bringing the helos, not just for the Navy, but for other entities they serve. And we're not building it just for them. We're building it for other aviation companies that we are recruiting to that site, to that 230-acre site. So this is a major step forward for that $6.4 million. I didn't think we had a snowball's chance of receiving this, but man, between working with the grants department and a few others, we received it, and hats off to the entire team.
Mr. Calkin.
Thank you. This is absolutely great news. And one thing that a lot of folks may not realize is that our retired military, when they're retiring from the military, a lot of them, they still want to work. And these jobs, like Leonardo, for instance, are great jobs to give our local military folks something to do after they've served our country. And so this is so good for our community. And this is, this is the hugest blessing, for our military. And so, again, we just, those kind of jobs are just, people beg all around the country for jobs like that. And it's awesome. I'm so proud that District 3 is doing all this. And so, thank you. Couldn't do it without you.
And we're not done yet.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
All right, if there's Commissioner Smith.
clarify that, District 3 is doing this, or is Economic Development doing it?
Well, Leonardo is in District 3 and District 2, so.
All right. If there's no objection, we'll move this to Thursday's consent agenda. Seeing no objection. That concludes the Economic and Tourist Development Committee. And I appreciate you folks for being patient. I know a lot of y'all are here for the first item on the Administrative Committee. I want to give you my full attention, and we have been in this meeting for over an hour and a half. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute comfort break and reconvene at 11:10. And hopefully at least one more of y'all feel the same way I do. Thank you. thank y'all. I'm sorry about the delay. Hopefully everybody had an opportunity to visit the complimentary facilities. All right. Item number 1, I believe was put on by the county attorney. It's a settlement resolution of pending litigation. Tom, I know we have a lot of people here. I'm going to ask that you give us a synopsis of why this is on the agenda, and then I will then, because I know it's in Commissioner Eddington's district, I'll ask you if you'd rather speak on it or hear from the people first, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this is not a vote on the proposed resolution. This arose from federal required mediation from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal. If the board takes action Thursday, it would be to schedule a public hearing for the October, 28th, I believe, or 26th, October 26th rezoning meeting, and that's where the item would actually be determined. So this is not asking for a vote on the proposal Thursday. It would just be setting the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I just want to say I went over this. I'm getting a lot of emails on this issue from both sides. And I think it's very important to get a hearing so everybody, there were some folks that was concerned about, the timing. I mean, because they didn't get enough chance to, tell whether they were for or against it. And so I just want to let y'all know that I'll support a public hearing in order to just hear from the folks. And I think that's...
Ray, you want to go to the public first, or do you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Let's hear from the public.
Okay.
Like James said, I've got over 100 emails about this, for it and against it.
Okay.
So, just
yes,
be
sir.
clear, we're just talking about getting this to a public hearing, and then we're gonna get to a public hearing where we're gonna have lines of people talking about this. That's where I'm wanting to go. I'm wanting to make sure we're gonna hash it, are we gonna hash this out right now? Or are we going to?
No, your ordinance, the proposed resolution would necessitate a lease amendment. Your land development code requires a public hearing for that.
Okay.
So you couldn't decide it without a public hearing advertised, which would be October 26th for the actual debate and decision making.
So any discussion we'd hear from the public would be debating getting it to public hearing? Is that what I'm understanding?
The only decision Thursday is to set the public hearing, not to debate the issue. The
Okay.
debate of the issue would happen at October 26th.
Gotcha.
Thank you. All right, so I've got a list here. I know there's probably some other people that didn't sign up. We'll go back to I will allow y'all to come up as whatever order y'all deem fit. Don't be hitting nobody from behind low blocks. And I'll just check off the list because I know there's some of y'all that probably didn't sign up. And to be abundantly clear, so the mediation that the court put in is what Mr. Nanhauer was talking about, and I'm just going to surmise it. What this board is considering today as we discuss and look at an item that then we move to Thursday for a vote is whether or not to move forward with a public hearing on this item. I can go down the list if that makes y'all feel more comfortable, or y'all can come up in your own order. I'll just go down the list since nobody's jumping up. Phyllis? Sorry. Yes, ma'am. I didn't want to butcher it. And then I'll just tell y'all who had signed up next so you could prepare was Douglas. Oh, I'm already getting the better half. I don't even know if you're allowed to talk after her. That's up to her, whether she says you can come or not. And then Jim Sutton.
I would say, yes, I'm absolutely in favor of this moving to a public forum. This change in the zoning, as I understand it, that's what we're looking at, is doing this. And the change is going to allow RV parks on the island, on our barrier island there. I would give you food for thought. going into this, that the people who live on that island use contractors and vendors that are here. They're in this area. If you put 173 little slabs there for RVs, they're not hiring contractors or painters or roofers, none of those. And I think it's important. I think that this board is going to, financially, it's much more beneficial for you to allow a condo complex and get some lease fees. Get some lease fees, get some taxes. You're saying we have a really good coffer right now of money to keep the county going. Well, let's keep it going. There are improvements we could make on our barrier island. I'm concerned about the cars and the traffic, and I know I read that they were saying that that's ridiculous, there is no problem. And to that I would say, I hope all of you will drive up and down the 87 down here and look at the attractiveness of that RV park that's gone in. I don't know what it's in Holly, it's brand new, it's not particularly attractive. But you should also note that anytime there's an RV park, they usually come with two vehicles. They come with the one they live in, and they come with a car to drive around and go in and out to dinner. So if you've got 173, then you have 2 times 173 when you're looking at motor vehicle traffic in this area, on the roads, on the bridge. And they said it's not going to impact the bridge. Well, that's fine, but it might be 5, 8, 10 years before the new bridge gets in, and it is going to impact the bridge. I hope that all of you will take time to stand behind the Greyhound buses, the giant RVs, and just see how pleasing those are. We're billing that island as a place for endangered species, for birds, for turtles. We're putting a marine school out there, and we're going to invite massive amounts of traffic with noise and fumes and just general confusion in an area that's meant to be a family, a quiet area. I have your public comment. I think it's wonderful, but I don't think it's to the advantage of this county or that island to have an RV park. I, for one, have never heard anybody at our leaseholders meetings say anything negative about a condo complex. Those are very different things. So I am certainly hope that you will consider those things when this comes to your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kenzel, I don't know, that's a tough act to follow.
I am Doug Kinsley, 8499 Gulf Boulevard. Obviously, you heard my better half. I've already submitted my comments online, but just briefly, I see it as an undesirable use, and I have lots of reasons why that is. She's said a lot of them, but traffic will just be absolutely screwed up. If each one of these 40-foot motorhomes is carrying a 20-foot car, and then it needs 20 feet in front of them, you're really looking at like a 65, 85-foot stretch of something that has to get out of that trailer park when they're done visiting and turn onto the 399. And in order to do that, they're going to be parked right across the multi-use path. And that just blocks everybody from being able to use that path. And that's going to happen about 90 times every 4 days. So it's undesirable. But I have another one that came to me this morning. I was thinking, there's an already existing condo complex right next door to this vacant land, and they are going to be faced with these vehicles coming in and out all times of the day and night with the noise. These are not the quietest vehicles in the world, And then, they have to do their hookup and all that other stuff. There's going to be a lot of commotion just basically across a driveway from them, because their condos run this way, and there's a road in, and then here comes the land. So you're going to get a lot of complaints, I hope, in a public hearing from the people who own and live in that complex. So that was only a new one that came to my mind. So anyway, I would, the people who come into say a 700 condos, they come in with one car and they stay there. And if they go out, they go out all day and then come back, and that's it. And then the people who live there don't even go out in every day. So the traffic impact is much less with the 700 units as opposed to the 179. That's my comment. So.
Thank you, sir. Next, I've got Mr. Sutton, and then after him, so you could prepare, is it Mr. Paravato? Did I say that right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. I think hearing what I've heard so far, I came prepared with some discussion of hoping to discuss a resolution and new lease agreement, but if that is being tabled for a future meeting, then I'll hold my comments also in terms of time for this board. But I would like to ask County Attorney Dan Heiser two points. First of all, when this came before the board last time as a proposed settlement of the circuit court, Tom, there was no public hearing, no zoning meeting to consider the newly proposed resolution and settlement. It came directly to the board and it was discussed and voted that night. So I wonder why the change. And then the second thing that I'd like to understand is my understanding that the lease changes are the purview of the Board of County Commissioners for approval, not the zoning board. So are you saying the approval of the board will occur at the zoning hearing? I didn't quite get all that clear. That's my two questions, and I can take those from the seat.
Sure. I don't recall the last time, but it is a lease change proposal. It's not a rezoning, but
Correct.
The Land Development Code, it used to be, if you did a lease change, that could be done by the board at any time.
Right.
Just like we sell a piece of property at the industrial park.
Sure.
But there was a change to the LDC for Navarre Beach for lease changes to require a public hearing. That's why the public hearing would be it doesn't have to be at the zoning board meeting. It could be at a regular meeting. Maybe that's what happened last time. But it was advertised for that proposed lease amendment, which the board voted against when the initial mediation came up.
Okay. And so there will be that meeting. Then when will the actual board consider the lease change and settlement resolution that your team has had to participate in?
That would be October 26th.
So the
at
board
the
members,
rezoning meeting.
So the board members will be there and make a board decision at that meeting, at that zoning
Yeah, it's not a
meeting?
zoning board meeting. It's a county commission rezoning meeting.
Okay.
Their regular meetings for rezonings after the zoning board acts.
Thank
okay,
you.
sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Yes, sir.
And then after, I hope I said that right, Mr. Paravato. Next is going to be Ken. He's saying bouncing around to the ones I think I won't butcher. Ken H. And then after that will be Erica Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Paravati. I live on White Sands Boulevard on the beach. First of all, I'd like to compliment the gentleman here on your patience and your professionalism. I couldn't do what you do. I couldn't do it. Let's talk about this RV park. At the base of the bridge, Navarre Bridge, just a little down the road on 98, is the Emerald Coast RV Park. They have 71 sites. It's a large RV park, 71 sites. The other direction is a Santa Rosa Resort RV park. They have 88 sites. Combine the two large RV parks, you've got 159 sites. But we're looking at a monster that's bigger than both of those combined plus 10%. Now, I have visited these RV parks. They tell me the average stay in the summer is 4 nights. Average in the winter is closer to 5. Why are the stays that short? Because we're not a destination. Mostly we get folks, and I've stayed in RV parks. I've got a 35-foot RV in my driveway as we speak. Most of these folks are coming from the central time zone. Go look at the license plates. You're talking about Texas, you're talking about Illinois, Indiana. They're coming down with the RV. This is grandpa, grandma with the grandkids. They stop here halfway on the way to where? Orlando. We're a stopover. So you're going to have turnover. The average stay is 4 nights. So let's do a little basic math. 179 sites, average stay 4 nights. That means every day for a whole year, 365 days, 44 RVs are going to be leaving and 44 are coming in. That's 88 RV crossings over that narrow bridge. That's not good. That's not good at all. Most of you RV folks are early birds. When I stayed in an RV park, about 9 o'clock at night, I could shoot off a cannon and hit no one. It's just not, okay, how about that? It's just not the way it is, okay? The most of you folks are going to be coming in and out about 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's the busy time for an RV park. Well, that's the time the bridge is jammed up with beachgoers. There are 2 stretches on that bridge that are very narrow. 2 RVs passing this direction, nobody, no rescue vehicle, no fire truck, no first responder is going to get through. People will die. The fire chief at our last Navarre Beach leaseholders meeting said we've had 1 million visitors on Navarre Beach last year, so far this year, not 1 drowning. Why would we mess with that? 1 million people came to Navarre Beach, no drownings, and we're going to put 88 RVs all along the way. It's craziness. People will die. Now the bluff item is these high-rises, and we see people complaining about them. They're talking about 3 high-rises. I've been here 30 years. I've driven past the Portofino high-rises 50 times. I've never once seen any traffic jam or backup. Cars trickle in, cars trickle out. So we're not looking at any great jam up. And by the way, the gentleman who spoke about the length of the RVs, he's dead right. My RV is 35 feet. At a vehicle towed, you're at what, 60 feet? Guess what the length of an 18-wheeler is? 62 feet. You vote in favor of this, you're putting 88 RVs crossing that bridge, each the size of an 18-wheeler. It's not going to work. People will get hurt. Your first responders will not be able to get across the bridge in the summer. They just won't. No fire trucks, no rescue, nothing.
Thank
I have
you, sir.
handouts if I could, and then I'll leave the gentleman alone.
Thank you. Mr. Broker, did I skip you? Gary? Thank you. I think I had actually skipped over your name accidentally. And then it'll be Ken, and then Eric. I got it too. Here, hand that back to him. Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning, and thank you, Commissioners, for your service. I'll save most of my remarks for the hearing where you're actually going to make your decision, but I just want to relay again that we are against this RV park. As I said many times when I moved here and I looked at the land development code, there's no mention of an RV park on Navarre Beach. It's never been there. Somebody found it. It's gone through all the regulations. It's kind of like driving through Birmingham and coming to Navarre, that there is a way that Navarre could put a park on there, and that's how they got to this point, because somebody decided it was. We never, all of us that are there, invested in Navarre Beach. All the people that are here with us today, 70% of that property is people that buy to rent out. All those people bought thinking that Navarre Beach was going to be for residential. It's going to be for houses or condos. RV Park's going to change that. Number one, it's going to change. I was in the gasoline truck stop business. And four-wheelers do not like RVs, and they don't like trucks. And if you wanted to ruin your gasoline business and the four-wheel business, in the business I was in, don't separate the trucks and the RVs from the cars. We can't get away from that on Navarre Beach because we got 2 lanes. That's all we got coming in, coming out. 2-lane bridge, 2-lane road. Can't fix that. You're going to scare those people in 4-wheelers coming in. That's a fact. You can check the industry. It's not just something blowing smoke. I was in the industry for 40 years, and we had over 2,500 locations. So safety is a big issue. Property values is a big issue. Again, we bought thinking it would be houses and condos. It's changing the structure. There's only so much land there. It's pretty small. It'd be great for houses, condos, and that type of development. In fact, that's going to provide a lot more tax base for the county. By my calculations, which I sent everybody on the commissions back when I came up before, you're only going to generate about $600,000 a year on ad valorem taxes, bed taxes on an RV park. But 300 condos in there, you're going to generate $5 million. It's a big difference. If you put 115 houses on there, you're going to generate $1.5 million. So I think you should take that in consideration again. So I'll save my comments for later. I know you're saying you're listening to both sides, but I hope you take those facts into consideration on how you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the clerk's minute records, that was Gary Baroker. I'm sorry I didn't have him say it. All right, Ken. It's H-U-E-T-E maybe? Hewitt? Is he here? Speaking? Okay. Erica Thomas. And then after her, we'll have Rick Knowles.
Good morning. It's nice to meet all of you. I sent you letters the first time we had to do this because I was living in Arkansas at the time. I am now a full-time resident out on that island at 8501 Gulf Boulevard. I paid for that. I am from California and I did not buy it with cash. So just so y'all know. But what I am going to address to you, having lived in California and having lived in a retirement snowbird community, we had a lot of RV parks there. One of the problems you have with an RV park, it goes in, it's beautiful, it looks great. And then we start getting people coming in. And pretty soon some of those RVs become permanent. They become VRBOs because they're cheap. They're easy to turn over. People make a profit. We don't want to see that out there. I work with the turtle rescue out there. One of the big things we have, we don't need the extra lights out there. It messes up with our little hatchlings. They turn around, go across the street, and get hit by cars. You know, my biggest thing when I bought out there for the peacefulness, the quietness, and the view. I don't want to see that destroyed. I've been an RV owner, and let me tell you, I've driven our RV with a car behind it, and it's not easy to make a turn. And I guarantee you, coming off that bridge, when you have one of those big Provost with the pop-outs and the tow behind them, they're going to pay hell getting around that curve to get to the RV park. It's not safe. It shouldn't happen. You know, we are supposed to be the relaxing place. I don't see that being the relaxing place or the most peaceful place. I see it adding a problem and a headache to the residents that live on that island. I'm one of them, and I'm not going to go away. So I hope that you all will listen and take into consideration what people bought out there for, what we wanted, not what somebody else has an idea that they think we want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rick Knowles? And then I don't have anybody after that signed up, so if you want to speak after that, I'll just, like I said, just make your way and work out your order. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for your time. Given I would fully support a public forum, I am the vice president for Beach Colony. Erica happens to be one of our owners there. We have 113 condos in one building. In the east building, we have 76 condos, so 189 owners. On behalf of our property, we definitely are not in favor of the RV park. for our owners and for their investment. So we welcome a public forum, and thank you for your time. That's what we'll do, and we'll address it in the public forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, just give us your name and where you're from.
Yeah, Commissioner, my name is Chris Ferreira, 19108 South Augusta, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First of all, I'd just like to clear the air. I'm up here not waiving our litigation rights because we do have current litigation against the county. I'm just here to clarify under court order mediation, the discussion of the mediation of the court order hearing. You know, let's step back in time. You know, I've owned this property for approximately 34 years. I have paid probably in excess of $4 million of property taxes and lease fees in that 34 years. These people here that is in opposition knew there would be something going on that property one day. That property has been vacant for many, many years when we bought it. I've owned it again for 34 years, and people would have to say to themselves that something would be built that day. So let's go back in time. So approximately 2.5 years ago, I started working with the Planning and Zoning Commission and actually had 2 meetings over a period of 2 years with the Planning and Zoning Commission. During those meetings, we wasn't asking for any variance or anything that would impact the property as it was. I was assured by the Planning and Zoning Commission with Sean Ward's department and the county attorney at the time that the meetings were going on that, number one, the lease did comply of putting an RV park on Navarre Beach. Secondly, we met every permit that was required to obtain an RV park, from the Corps of Engineers, wastewater division, to every permit we currently have on that property. So when you look at it from a fairness standpoint, how can somebody or how can a developer get assurance from the county and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars assuring that an RV park could be placed on this property, and then yet in turn with the Leaseholders Association didn't like an RV park, get this development order pulled? So I'm here to tell you today that it's just an unfair process. I'm exposed to a lot of money that was spent, a lot of hate and discontent time spent on this project. And let's go back in time, whether these people, some of these people here are maybe not that old. At one time, there was an RV park on Navarre Beach on the West End, back years ago. So with that, I think this is the less impactful, in my opinion, for Navarre Beach versus a high-rise. 171 RVs versus 2,500 cars from a condo development. So I'm just asking you, again, basing on the court-ordered mediation, to think about this, think about what happened to where we got to this process today, and hopefully that you'll understand my position. And again, when you go back into the lease, into the 1940s, there was no word such as an RV. RVs wasn't available in, as far as the terminology, in the 40s when the lease was applied. So the lease is very clear: hotel, motel, marina. So we feel that we have a great case in the Court of Appeals, and it's no threats. I think the county, if we win, is subject to substantial impact. So again, I'll answer any questions you have today.
So the board have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Calkins.
Hey, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming up and speaking. I think one of the big issues is we whether going to have a high-rise, multi-unit condo, or we're going to have an RV park, one or the other. And there's no, first of all, this is this gentleman's property, right? He's owned this property for,
34 years.
34 years, paid his taxes, and he bought it most likely thinking that he's going to be able to make a profit off it and do what he wants to do. And our American system, you know, is capitalism, it's property rights, and so there's no preserving this land unless this gentleman decides that that's what he wants to do. So we're faced with two issues. If we also, the thing that concerns me about this, and by the way, I was decide and vote last 2 times. I don't want an RV park out there. I don't, but it's not my land. It's his land. And it's a beautiful beach. And I got a lot of pushback after that last meeting about the high rises going up. A lot of people did not want high rises. And you didn't hear that at the last meeting when we were all discussing about the RV park. Now this gentleman has sued the county, which is his right, because he got told that he can put an RV. He got told by our own staff long time ago. This is our current staff.
And issued a development order.
And they issued a development order. So now he's got a case against Santa Rosa County. Now I don't know if it's going to win or not, but if we lose, the taxpayers are going to pay millions of dollars, and now this gentleman will be able to still put the RV park. I don't want that to happen, and I need these citizens to come up at the public meeting and give us a way in this situation. But I appreciate you coming up here, and I look forward to having the public meeting, but I'm at a loss for words on this issue. This issue is nobody wants the RV park on Navarre Beach, and as a matter of fact, we voted on that 2 times. But there's a lot of people that do not want a monstrosity out there also, a massive condo. My question to you, are you planning on, if this thing, you plan on, potentially building a monstrosity out there? I mean, it's your right to.
Commissioner, either way, something's going to be built there very soon.
Mm-hmm.
So either you're going to have 2,500 cars or you're going to have 171 RVs. Something will be built very soon. And if people don't think that's going to happen, they need to examine their conscience because we're going forward with a project on Navarre Beach.
I appreciate it, and I think we got a lot to think about when the public hearing comes on all sides of this issue. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. We just generally don't have somebody come back for a second time. Mr. Farrar, I don't have any questions for you. I was just going to ask Mr. Danheiser, between now and whenever the public meeting is there, I would just ask if you could at least work up a approximation, summation, guesstimation, whatever you want to call it, to what you think the county's potential liability could possibly be, and be able to share that with all the commissioners in confidential meetings prior to that, so that at least we had an understanding. I voted against the RV park twice the last 2 times because the district commissioner was opposed to it, and I looked at it as like a zoning. The brief conversations I've had on it this time are now looking at the lawsuit as far as, quite frankly, if I remembered it, I don't remember that I knew it at the time, about him having a development order and then it being pulled. I remember he was going through the process. I just didn't know he actually had a development order. I know I've been on the board. We've had it one time prior to this where we had outside counsel looking at a different issue. It's actually a landfill in District 2. And we were looking at about an $8 million liability. That's why the board voted to approve it. So I'm just asking that for our information prior to that public hearing so that we could understand the liability, because I remember when the landfill question came up, none of the commissioners wanted to vote to put a landfill in the wellhead protection, but we also had to look at how would we pay that liability from a fellow having a development order and then the county pulling the rug. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'll meet with any commissioner who wants to meet and discuss that.
I'm just giving you a heads up that you may already have the information, and if so, that's great. I just know that we'll need it prior to that. I don't have any questions, Mr. Farrar.
I do.
Sorry, Mr. Eddington.
How many condos you gonna build?
With the land use, close to 700.
Okay,
A hotel condo development.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and again, Mr. Sutton, I'm not trying to be rude, but
Could I respond to Mr. Calkins' comment, because I think he misspoke?
I'd prefer, let's wait, just so we don't go down the slippery slope of
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Calkins.
I appreciate it. I respectfully, I would be okay with
Right.
you claiming, I appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm okay, because I want to hear what you said I misspoke about, so I can.
Well, it's Jim Sutton. I live on Navarre Beach. I'm the president of the Navarre Beach Leaseholders and Renters Association. You characterize the property in question as Mr. Farrar's property. And I would just like to remind you, Colton Wright has said the same thing in the past. It is not his property. Navarre Beach is unique in the county, Santa Rosa County. All the properties out there are leasehold, and Santa Rosa County owns that property. He has the constructive use of that through a lease agreement that the Board of County Commissioners has the obligation to set the view of how that lease should go going forward, and has for 60 years, and has never considered an RV park on the property. But it's not his property. He doesn't have a property right like you and I buy a property in somewhere else other than Navarre Beach, where you buy and you hold it as fee simple property. He owns a property subject to the terms and conditions of lease, zoning, and other things, which is governed by the Board of County Commissioners. And I don't think it's I think there's more obligation on the board to maintain what their view of how the property should be used if they didn't own the property at the end of the day.
Respectfully, sir, I was a leaseholder myself, and most folks out there understand that the property out there is leased from the federal government, and I have worked tooth and nail in the past to try to get fee simple title out there. The realtors, when they sell properties out on Navarre Beach, they basically say, hey, it's a 99-year lease, but it's like $1. I mean, it's basically similar to property ownership. And as a matter of fact, the whole leaseholders organization was started to stop taxes, property tax. And the county won a lawsuit there. I didn't agree with that lawsuit, by the way, but the county ended up winning that lawsuit, basically saying that it's just as good as owned property, basically, and that they should pay, property tax. So it is debatable. I would say that when I owned a beach house out there, I felt like I owned it, and because I bought it and I sold it, and I felt ownership in that. But if you want to look on the dotted line, yeah, the federal government owns all of Navarre Beach, and we absolutely would love to. I would personally love to get fee simple title, but you can make the argument that all fee simple title you don't own it because, property tax. I mean, I don't think property tax should be.
I was just making the distinction that the board maintains some overarching authority to communicate its vision of what it wants Navarre Beach to be through an instrument of a lease agreement in addition to zoning and other things. And it's not just simply a fee simple property right.
Well, see, the problem is they issued a development order, and he got a lawsuit because of that. And
which he lost on all counts, sir.
Well, he's appealed it to the 11th Circuit, and so we don't know what's going to happen. Just like I didn't agree with the lawsuit with the leaseholders and the lease fee. I don't agree that y'all should be taxed out there on Navarre Beach when you don't technically own the property.
Well,
it's
I think
like the NASCAR thing. So,
Mr. Calkins, I would say that you could certainly ask your county attorney what he assesses his risk of losing this appellate appeal when and get his assessment of it. In fact, I'm sure the public would like to understand that. But anyway, I've gone beyond my time. Thank you very much. I just wanted to have that point of discussion with you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think it's been the majority of folks that are have stated today from the public and also from the dais that they're comfortable with moving this to a public meeting. And would that be in October, Tom?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so I just recommend you put it on the consent agenda for Thursday. To set the public hearing.
That's what I was going to say. If we can move it to Thursday's consent agenda, there's really no reason to have a delayed conversation Thursday. It sounds like the consensus is there. And if you could critique the backup material to have it as a consent agenda item for the board to vote on having that public hearing at that October 26th meeting. Would that be at the morning meeting or at the 5 p.m. meeting?
It's at the 5 p.m.
Okay. Now I just want to make sure it's in there in the minutes, and that way y'all can hear it. So 5 o'clock p.m. on October 26th is the vote that the board will take on Thursday. All right, I'll move that. Seeing no objection. Yes, sir. Commissioner Calkins. Would you come up here? And I'm sorry if you were intending to speak and I missed the cue on that. I'm sorry. Come to the microphone there. Just tell them your name and hit the button for me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hit that button. Hit that button
the button
so it
right
lights
there,
up
yeah.
green. All right, go ahead.
Jim Taylor, 7640 Key West Drive, Navarre Beach. I want to make clear, we're not going to vote on whether or not we're going to have a public hearing. That sounds like what you just said. Did I misunderstand that? We're going to have the public hearing, is that correct?
So Thursday, what
Yes,
we're
on
doing
Thursday,
today,
okay.
so Mondays were only set up as an opportunity really for us to, because we tried the one meeting thing and that kind of was rough. So this is just for us to kind of vet out and express and hear about things we're gonna vote on Thursday. We don't actually take any votes today. So Thursday, the vote will be to schedule the public hearing on October 26th. Is the only thing we would vote on is to schedule the public hearing.
So in other words, if you vote not to schedule it, then there's not going to be one?
That's correct.
I thought we had to have a public hearing. Mr. Danheiser, do we have to have a public hearing to?
For the board to consider the proposal, they need to have a public hearing.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on, let the gentleman finish.
I'm still not clear. Could it be, is it possible we could not have a public hearing?
It is possible we cannot have a public hearing.
Okay, so we should show up and force again on Thursday?
It's totally up to you. I'm not going to persuade or dissuade you.
Well, I understand that. Okay.
I will say, yeah, do whatever you want. Thank God the air conditioner's paid for, so.
It sure is.
Yeah.
So for,
I'm just
again, for
enjoying being in the
clarity-
air conditioner.
Yeah, I understand. So for clarity, for fear of a lawsuit, we may pass this thing. Or we may approve that RV park, because we're afraid of a lawsuit. Is that, am I clear on that?
I would say based on a lawsuit, if you ask me at this microcosm in time, am I comfortable with allowing to schedule a public hearing a month away from now to gather more information and to hear the public hearing? I mean, absolutely. It's litigation against the county.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. If there's no other comment, then we will move that to Thursday's consent agenda. The next item, again, this is a county attorney item about the deed for 2011 Aurora Drive. Mr. Danheiser, could you give us a short synopsis?
This was the parcel the board previously discussed that a neighbor wanted to purchase for the price set by the property appraiser, and the property will be conveyed with restrictions prohibiting construction of any structure on it. This was the property the county bought a while back because of flooding issues.
So the recommendation is to that one property owner we had talked about, they're going to purchase the property. We reached out to the other folks. There's no interest.
Right, the other party is not interested.
All right, Commissioner Eddington, you're comfortable with this?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, well, it's your district. If there's no questions or comments, any comments from the public, if not, we'll move this to Thursday's consent agenda. Item number 4 is the Domes amended and restated interlocal agreement. Approval to amend and restate the interlocal agreement between Escambia County, Santa Rosa County, Okaloosa County, Walton County for the District 1 Medical Examiner Services. Do any of my fellow board members have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Out of respect for the board and their decision, I'm not going to vote for
I'm
this
sorry,
item,
I
but-
actually read item number 4.
Okay.
I apologize. That was my fault. Item number 3 is approval of the Phase 1 fee proposal from Architect Design Group, the amount of $96,120 for the Consolidated Dispatch Center. I apologize. That's item number 3. Go ahead, Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not gonna vote for this item based on what we went through in the past. I'm not gonna rehash it out out of respect for the board. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you. Any other comment on the item? If not, we'll move it to Thursday's regular agenda. All right, item number 4 is about the Domes amended and restated interlocal agreement. Does anybody have any questions on this one? If not, I just want to say Brad and Tom and all you guys, I appreciate y'all working with Domes. We will move that to Thursday's consent agenda. Item number 5 is approval of an amendment and renewal to the park management agreement with Tiger Point Sports Association. Any questions or comments from any fellow commissioners on this item from the public? If not, we will move that to Thursday's consent agenda. Item number 6 is approval to appoint Jeff Fletcher, Anna Dyes, and Matt Dobson to the Health Council of Northwest Florida. We appreciate their willingness to do that. Any questions or comments? If not, we'll move that to Thursday's consent agenda. Item number 7 is approval to submit a grant application to the DOJ in the amount of $105,290 for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, and authorize the chairman to sign related documents. Any questions or comments on that one? If not, we will move that to Thursday's consent agenda. That's to help our sheriff's office. Item number 8 is a letter of support for application to Triumph Gulf Coast, and this is about a letter of support on behalf of the county commissioners for the Santa Rosa County District Schools application to Triumph for a workforce development career readiness program. This is something that Mr. Rosdick was working on back when I got elected. Any questions or comments on this item? If not, we'll move that to Thursday's consent agenda. Item number 9 is approval of events. It is rare, but there has been a few times, probably definitely less than a dozen, where you'll ever hear me speak in any opposition to event request. But I did actually receive a phone call, I'm not sure if any of you gentlemen did or not, about the second event here, the Pirates of the Panhandle request to use a portion of our beach parking lot on October 13th from 5 to 7 p.m. in the Cruisin' Classic Car Show event. The concern I heard was from one of our business owners out there about the limited parking and what happens during that time frame. And if you'll deal with me here for just a second, I'm going to pull up that led me actually to reaching out to our tourist development director specifically about this. She did concur with that's part of the busy season that some of those folks right there really depend on, and she recommended if we could move it to the marine park, that it would be much better due to the pier lot being overcrowded during October and the busy season. So she said that she would recommend it being held in the marine park where the Chambered Tunes by the Dunes is held. Mr. Miller, are you here to speak on that event? Yeah, if you would come forward. This is not my district, and I'm not intimately familiar. I was just sharing with y'all that is the concerns and information I've heard.
The Pirates on the Panhandle have hosted an annual car show for 23 years, and a few years back we started doing a cruise-in the night before the car show. We were doing it in the Publix parking lot, and that became an issue with the owner of the property there. We moved it over a couple of years ago to where Broussard's and Andy D's is now, and we partner with them to provide some of the entertainment there. They have the back deck where they have bands and things like that, but the use of the parking lot is just to bring cars in and park them there, static parking. There's no sales of anything going on there, and we only use 50 to 60 spaces, and we use those spaces directly behind the Andy D's building because it's convenient for people to come and go from Andy D's from their cars. We don't infringe anywhere near where the pier parking is. There's basically two main parking areas over where people can park and easily walk to the pier. We don't interfere with the spaces that where people are coming and going from the beach. Although starting at 5 o'clock, people start to come off the beach rather than going onto the beach. I don't see how bringing cars in and parking them in a county public parking lot is infringing on anybody's rights. It should be anybody's right to drive your car in and park into a parking lot. We're just asking to reserve a few spaces right there behind where Andy's D's is for that event. It's also part of the Beaches to Woodlands tour. The car show and the cruise in are on the event schedule for Beaches to Woodlands. To move it to the Marine Park really wouldn't work for being able to partner with Andy D's on that.
Okay, Commissioner Coffin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of agree with Commissioner Parker on this issue. This is, I love y'all's event and I support your event. It's Friday in the middle of October. I mean, it's a madhouse. I was just there Friday and it's a madhouse there. I mean, there's a whole lot of parking. October has now become like summer with tourists and I will support any other location, just that specific one, because I was just out there this last Friday, and it was hard to find a place to park, and that's not even, it's kind of out of season, and I could see where the concern lies. I would fully support it in the Marine Park, though, and just my thoughts on it. Or if you got another spot.
We've been having monthly cruise-ins and parking there at Andy D's. We haven't been utilizing the beach parking lot, but there has been, and it's been on Friday nights every month throughout the summer. We only had probably about anywhere from 10 to 15 cars come in for those cruise-ins. But except for during the peak summer months, there's been plenty of parking in that area behind plenty of open parking in the area behind Andy D's, because that's where I park my car to go in and help with those cruise-ins. So it's not like it's peak summer. There's plenty of open parking. We were there September 22nd, I think it was, for the cruise-in.
Mark, I want you to know, I'm going to use the term, this is not a sand dune I'm going to die on. I'm expressing to y'all, look, I've said it before, I'm like a tourist when I go to Navarre Beach. My family goes a few times a year. So I think that's good. I look at it like a tourist, in my opinion. I am absolutely going to love to hear from the district commissioner. I will say, and the reason I read that comment from our tourist development director is because I do. I mean, we pay her to be our expert on the beach. Totally transparent with you. As far as that was what I heard, I want to voice that. I hear what you're saying. I want to hear from you today, or I always give you this relief because sometimes I felt pressure too. This is something we could easily leave on the Thursday regular agenda as well, this one, and that way if anything needs to get vetted between now and then. But Commissioner Eddington, I don't know if you've already had a chance to talk to people on it or not.
I have, and the last one you was talking about, we've had some problems with that. People parking everywhere, even over in the boat ramp parking lot. And I think we ought to try to move it over to the other parking lot to see how it works. And if it works good over there, it might be where we want to keep it. But the last one y'all had, not the last one, one before, You talking about complaints, we had them.
But we didn't park any cars in the parking lot, in the public parking lot. We parked them at Andy D's.
Well, I know they had tents, and then they had cars, and
That wasn't us, that wasn't our group.
that's all I heard about, all the cars was parked everywhere. And that's something we need to look at. Let's try one time to move it and see how it works. If it don't work, we can always move it back.
Yeah, that was a different car show, and that wasn't our car show. That was a full-on car show at Navarre Beach. This is just a cruise-in where people drive in and park their cars. And again, we're only expecting maybe 50 to 60 cars to come that night, so it's not like it's going to take up the whole parking lot. But I understand y'all's concern. I'm just trying to make sure y'all know that, you know, we're not looking to take over the whole parking lot, just that one section behind Andy D's is what we're looking at.
We can move it to Thursday, but we still need to look at about moving it for one time, see how it works. I really do.
Again, I don't really have a dog in the hunt. I 99% of the time lean with the district commissioner, and, you know, it feels kind of counterintuitive in a way, but like I said, that is a whole different business model I'm not familiar with down there. So I see we got one other lady who wants to talk on it, and then we'll move it to Thursday, and then obviously, you know how it works as far as information gathering and all till then, but I just wanted to be transparent with y'all.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I know it's a great organization. I think Commissioner Aaron does too. That's just sharing with you the one thing we heard, but please don't take that as a confrontational thing.
I understand.
Mark,
Thank you, Mark.
after this, if you want to meet with me, I'll be glad to sit down with you.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it.
I'll get in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chapman?
I just want to say they have these cruise in all over the place. They have them at Whataburger. They have them, you know, up in Milton all the time. They've never had a problem with, because they drive their car there. They're not driving a car and then parking. It increases a business that it's around, so you might want to give that some consideration as well. If they can fit in Pace Whataburger parking lot and nobody get killed, it obviously works in a small space, because that's a small space.
Thank you. All right, we will, we'll move, Ray, do you want to move all the events to the, you just want to move the other ones to the consent and leave that one on regular, since you're going to talk with him about it, or do you want to move them?
Just that one, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, all right. We'll leave that second one, the request there for Navarre Beach parking lot. We can leave that on Thursday's regular agenda. And the other event requests, let's move to Thursday's consent agenda. Item number 10, the noise variance requests. We got 2 noise variance requests. Are there any questions or concerns on these items? Anybody here from the public about these? If not, we can recommend moving those to Thursday's consent agenda. All right, next we'll go to Commissioner Calkins for Development Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 1, Engineering Aquatic Center Scoring and Presentations. Approval to schedule presentations for the Aquatic Center feasibility study from the 4 qualified firms that responded to the RFQ. Any discussion about this item from the board or the public? Hearing no discussion, I think it's a great opportunity for all of us, and appreciate Commissioner Wright for, you know, getting the ball rolling on this. And that's all I want to say.
Staff, do y'all have a recommendation about the date to be scheduled? If so, I'm missing it on there.
Mr. Chairman, there's not a date that's been set yet, but we wanted to make sure the board was comfortable with moving forward before we schedule with the firms. So if the board wants to do the presentations, we'll go ahead and get dates with the firms and push it out to you all in the public in advance.
Surprisingly, and this does not happen very often, the small amount of public feedback I saw on this was actually all positive. I was really expecting at least a couple zingers of don't waste the money and we don't want it, but it was actually quite a few people in Pace brought up, hey, I thought we were getting a YMCA, and I said, yeah, we're trying. So we still got the land, we're still open to it. I think it'll be great. I appreciate Commissioner Wright bringing it forward. Okay, so we're just taking action today to tell y'all to work on scheduling that. Okay, so they'll get with all of us to make sure. That was my only concern. I didn't, you know, baby, we're 1 month away from hunting season starting, so y'all just check with me ahead of time. All right, we'll move that to Thursday's consent agenda. Sorry, I didn't mean to take over.
Oh, that's okay. Go right ahead. Without objection? Item moved to Thursday. All right, item number 2, engineering, Milton Interchange Park wastewater treatment plant, early equipment purchase, approval to purchase mechanical equipment for the proposed wastewater treatment plant in the Milton Interchange Park in the amount of $409,567 from the Zima Corporation and $1,183,940 from Kabuto. Authorize the chairman to sign any and all related documents. Do we have any comments from the board on this item? Or do we have any comments from the public on this item?
I just want to say hats off to I'm going to pick Michael because I don't really know who exactly was doing it, but Rebecca, all right. This is basically, and I really appreciate Brad and Evan supporting Rebecca if she was the one that brought it forward, because what she's trying to do, just for anybody that hears this in TV land, is she's trying to get ahead of what you heard Shannon talk about earlier with the shortages of materials and the increases. We've seen this happen so much with traffic signals. And so I appreciate you recognizing that and trying to get these materials in. And I just wanted people to understand what was going on. So thank you. You know you're my favorite. Maybe not down there, but you're my favorite up here. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move this item to Thursday's consent agenda. Do so without objection.
So moved.
Okay, item number 3 is the engineering change order for East Bay and Edgewood CEI contracts. Any discussion about this item by the board? Any discussion, any comments from the public? Hearing no discussion or comments from the board or the public, I'd like to move this item to Thursday's consent agenda, and I do so without objection.
So moved.
Item number 4, engineering Centennial Ridge Phase 1 final plat. Any discussion about this item by the board? Any discussion by the public? Seeing no discussion by the board or the public, I'd like to move this item to Thursday's consent agenda, and I do so without objection.
So moved.
And that concludes the Development Services Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Commissioner Smith for operations.
The first one's an interlocal agreement with ECUA, approval of an interlocal agreement with Emerald Coast Utility Authority for the processing of recyclable materials. We have any discussion amongst the board? Any amongst the citizens? I suggest we move that to the consent agenda without objection.
Commissioner.
Mr. Smith?
Sorry, you've got 3 options. Option A, B, or C.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, if you let me, option A is the way to go. If you want to discuss it more.
I was reading that as well. I'm sorry. I should have pointed that out. That's an optional one.
Well, in fairness, we've got an agreement now with ECOA for recyclable material, and the contract is for $25 a ton. That ends this month, and the new contract is $60 a ton. So it's a fairly substantial increase. In the past, the landfill has subsidized a number of different things. Household hazardous waste is subsidized, Amnesty Day, the Blackwater Game Clearing Station we subsidize. So in option A, what we're requesting for your review is to approve the subsidized recycling operation up to about $320,000 and allow the chairman to sign the ECUA interlocal agreement. There's option B, which is we can increase the tipping fee, which would basically offset our subsidy from the landfill, and the minimum cost would be, or the cost would be $82 a ton for recycling material. That wouldn't change on regular trash, just on recycling. And then option C is basically discussion of, you know, if we're not going to do A or B, what are we going to do with the recycling program?
And according to staff, you guys are most comfortable with A?
We're passionate. We get it. You know, we recycle. It's a community thing, and we've done it in the past. I mean, I'm just one person, but yeah, if you're asking me, that's the option I would choose. It's already in our budget. We do this every year, and we put the money aside. But again, you've got the three options, and y'all can debate it, and you know, we'll go with obviously your recommendation.
Yeah, I know from where I stand, my wife will be very happy to see that we're keeping this on board. She's the recycle cop in the house. But do we have any more discussion amongst the board on this? Do we need anything to hash out? Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
I was prepared to follow the recommendation of staff. I know there's a lot of people that are really passionate about it, especially down in Gulf Breeze. Gulf Breeze actually mandates recycling in city limits, so you know, at the end of the day, I mean, everything we do, you could argue, we basically subsidize. So the positive is, and what Michael didn't really talk about, is we are looking at some a different partner in a neighboring county bringing on a plant online that in the future will actually hopefully become at least a break even, or possibly, I mean, this is very optimistic, but possibly even a revenue generator. So I think in the goal of trying to keep people that recycle in the habit of recycling for when that opportunity comes with that new recycling plant, I would see the benefit of that. I would support it.
Yeah, I was aware of that too. It'd be nice to get a recycling plant that doesn't go offline so quickly. And I understand why it goes offline. We got so much contamination to the recycling. But it's good to know that Santa Rosa County is one of the cleanest recycling counties. So we've got the most clean recycling, but, you know. Yes, sir, Mr. Calkins.
Thank you. I don't like it. I don't like to subsidize this kind of thing, but it's one of those things where I think option A, I understand why the staff is pushing for it, and there's a lot of people that want that. And so it's one of those things where even things that I don't agree with, we got to go with, because it's a lot of people want to do that. So, and I agree with the chairman here about hopefully we will make a profit eventually on this issue. So I'll go along with option A. I also want to say, just for future reference, when y'all make the agenda, if you could put A, B, C on the agenda, you know, next time, just to, because sometimes we're reading through these and it just, so just for the future reference of if we can do that, it'd be
Noted.
great. Thank you.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes I read it right when I get here too. We got number 2 is a waiver for landfill. Oh, did we get that over to the consent agenda? I'm sorry.
Option A to the consent agenda.
Without objection.
So moved.
Number 2 is a waiver on landfill disposal fees. It's basically for the hunting season. You were talking about hunting season coming up in October. Here it is. This is just for those that don't see the backup. This is something, this is where when people kill a hog or deer out in the woods and they field dress it out there, it's to incentivize people to, let's bring that carcass to the landfill. Let's not throw it in the streams. Let's not pollute our beautiful outdoor environment and pollute the waterways, basically. So, any discussion amongst the board? Any discussion amongst the citizens? I suggest we move that to consent agenda without objection.
I would like to just clarify that so that we don't have people bringing their carcasses to the landfill expecting a waiver.
Yeah, okay.
This is if they dispose of them at the game cleaning station, we will then waive the fee for FWC to bring them there. So we don't want people inundating us with wanting a fee waiver for they're bringing their carcass to the landfill.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah. Thank you for clearing that up for us. Did we move that to the consent agenda?
I'm sorry if I missed it, so moved.
The next one is Waste Tire Amnesty Day. Approval to host 3 FDEP funded Waste Tire Amnesty Day events for the Central Landfill for October 21st, 23, January 13th, 24, Saturday, March 9th, 2024. I see we have discussion in the citizens. Do we have any amongst the board?
I've got one, but I can wait till after Jerry
Okay.
goes.
Jerry Cooey, Milton, Florida. What's the number of tires per day? I just had somebody send me a text message about that. Thank you.
Kaz Simoniak, Santa Rosa County in the Environmental Department. We get a varying number of tires per the events. We've had as many as 2,000. Frequently, we get between 500 and 1,000 tires per event. A single person can bring 8 tires per county ID. So, if you have you and your wife in the car, then we'll allow up to 16, So just per Santa Rosa County ID, and we do check IDs at the facility when they drop those off.
Thank you, Cass. So that's, to be clear, 8 tires per person on one of those single days. And look, that is great if we're getting 1,000 of them in there. My only comment, since you asked about it, and I've never commented on a tire waste amnesty day, but I will tell you as a guy that owns property, I love the spirit of tire waste amnesty, because I'm going to tell you where most of them end up are people like me that own unimproved wooded property, and people just throw them out of their car, which actually leads me to think something I would love for y'all to look at in future years. I may be the only one that thinks this, but it's the concept of, instead of the homeowner driving it there, if we could have something where we work with a waste hauler to make it more convenient. And it's not so much for the guys like me that are worried about the convenience of the person that's going to go dump it off the back of their truck in the woods, because I don't know that you're really ever going to stop those kind of people. But I could give you one example of a neighborhood over, I'll just say close to Westminster Field, where we've had neighbors call in and complain on other neighbors that have tires stacked up behind their shed, and then you get water and mosquito issues. And they may not be motivated enough to clean their yard to carry it to the landfill, but if we could work with our waste haulers to say the waste haulers could pick it up during those days, I think we could maybe motivate some people to clean up their yards to at least get it out to the road. Then the waste hauler picks it up. They're not paying for it. That's just something maybe to explore in the future, to try it in that spirit of getting these mosquito traps out of yards. I'm sure there's nuances, but I don't know if we've ever tried that.
Thanks, Kaz. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I'm sure
we can work internally and probably do something along those lines. We'll look into it. It's a good idea. I appreciate it. I'm with you. I
just want to clear you up. I want to help you out here. Make sure everybody knows that you're not guilty of throwing your tires out in the woods, because that's what it sure sounded like to me.
Well,
am I right, Brian?
Yeah. So I don't own a tire changing tool. I mean, I can change a wheel, a lug wrench, but no.
I'm trying to help you out, Commissioner.
I'm guilty of being a taxpayer in this county with unimproved land that has tires, fuel tanks, buckets of oil, cement culverts, animal carcasses. You name it, and I can probably tell you stuff that's been dumped on various pieces of property that I own by other people is what I'm talking about. Not to mention, because now I was one of these kids that think it's, tree fort heaven or firewood. Like, if you got unimproved property, people, you will find there is a lot of people that think it's community property. So that's all I was talking about.
7 years ago. Okay. I'm kidding.
Hey, Commissioner Smith.
Honest, Dave.
Sam, since you brought that up about the tires being thrown out, I had a neighborhood, had over 1,500 tires thrown in behind a house in my district. They evicted these people and they put them all out on the right of way for us to pick them up. We did not. We had it worked out. They paid to have them cleaned up. But that was 1,500 tires behind a house, mosquitoes and water.
Mm.
It goes on everywhere. And that's something we might want to look at.
Yeah, that's a.
Getting the Waste Pro pick that stuff up.
One thing I just want to say, because I've never been able to address Commissioner Eddington with this, Commissioner Smith, is, you know, my father-in-law used to work for DOT, and this is just a factual statement. They picked up more debris off of our roads from District 4 than anywhere else, and a lot of that is, you know, I hate to say it, but there's no landfill down there, there's no transfer station, and so anything we can do to help encourage less illegal dumping, like, I'm in support of it. I just want you, so I know it's a problem down there because I used to hear about it. They would just go out and dump it in all the easements.
Amen. All right. Any more, being as I don't see any more discussion on that, I suggest we move that to consent agenda without objection.
So moved.
Item number 4 is grant award for 9-point source management program approval of a grant agreement with FDEP to accept an award in the amount of $116,307 to construct and install green infrastructure, low impact development demonstration sites, including trees and stormwater ponds, bioswales, and rain gardens in Santa Rosa County. Do we have any discussion amongst the board? Any discussions amongst the citizens? As I see none, I'll suggest we move that to consent agenda without objection.
So moved.
Item number 5 is mosquito control surveillance services agreement extension, approval of a 1-year extension, public health and entomology services LLC to provide mosquito surveillance and testing services for an annual amount of $66,137.68. Any discussion amongst the board? Any amongst the citizens? I see none. I suggest we move that to consent agenda without objection.
So moved.
And the final item is construction services pricing agreement approval to accept all submitted unit pricing associated with the ITB 23-038 construction services pricing agreement. Any discussion amongst the board? Any amongst the citizens? Seeing none, I suggest we move that to consent agenda without objection.
So moved.
And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Eddington?
Thanks, sir. Budget and Finance. First one, grant special programs. Approved to receive a letter of agreement between the Santa Rosa County on behalf of County Health, Northwest Florida, and the State of Florida Agent for Health Care Administration, allowing Santa Rosa County to participate in the Agent for Health Care Administration Low Income Program. If there ain't no questions, objection, I'd like to move this Thursday, consent agenda.
So moved.
Number 2, grant special program. Approved to submit the application for the Florida Coast Management Program Coast Partnership and to install a USGS streaming system on the Blackwater River in the total project amount of $30,000 with a $15,000 local contribution. Any questions from the public or staff? No questions. I'd like to move this to Thursday agenda without objection.
So moved.
Budget Amendment 2023-150. Approved the Budget Amendment 2023-150 to Department 4010 to process payments of capital projects. And if no questions, I'd like to move that to Thursday since then without objection.
So moved.
Check register. Approve of all checks registered for September 8th through September 21st, 2023. If no questions, I'd like to move that to Thursday since without objection.
So moved.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. The meeting list for the next 3 meetings, you'll see there, which are all on Thursday, are published. Any questions or comments on these items? If not, Commissioner Calkins?
I just want to say good job on running the meeting, Mr. Chair. I think it was good.
Yeah, I'm going to give the beard all the credit. If not, I will see you gentlemen Thursday at 8:30 a.m. for the Commission Public Forum in this room. Meeting is adjourned.